Chapter 1246. An endless starry sky came toward them, and the stars drew billions of lines. Suddenly, the rock folded its wings and stopped steadily in the void. Li Qingshan lay on the back of the rock and couldn't help but look back. The small world had been left far behind, turning into a shining star that was tens of thousands of miles away. He looked into the depths of the void. It was dark and deep, and the stars were shining brightly. He immediately understood that every star in the void was a world, and every world had countless stories happening. Qingshan, can you still sense your doppelganger? Gu Yenying's voice sounded in Li Qingshan's mind, and it seemed to have become much larger. Although she had decided to fulfill her promise to send him back to the land of the 9 prefectures and accompany him in this gamble, she didn't want to risk everything. The key to whether Li Qingshan could deduce the way home was whether he could maintain a connection with his doppelganger and obtain the support of spiritual power. Otherwise, the spiritual power would constantly dissipate in the void, and the deduction itself would consume a lot of spiritual power. I'll say this one last time. It's not too late to turn back now. Luoho Xiaoming's voice sounded. He was not far from Li Qingshan. He had already grown to the age of 2 or 3 years old, and his body was full of fat. He had become a little chubby boy, and even though he had a serious expression, he couldn't be serious. Of course I can sense it, and it's very strong. Li Qingshan heard the conversation of the children on the cliff, and even controlled the clouds to draw a self-portrait. The mirror doppelganger didn't let him down. In this way, he had the support of an entire world on his way home. Strangely, time flowed much faster in this small world than in the void. Everything seemed to be in fast-forward mode. In the blink of an eye, the clouds gathered and dispersed, the sun moved, and the moon rotated. The children were scattered all over the world, doing their own things. Originally, he wanted to find some time to let his doppelganger descend and give everyone a scare like a king. Now, it seemed that by the time he had time to do this, the 2 words, chivalrous king, would have become a distant legend. But this was also good. Let them go their own way. And I will also go my own way. That's good. Let's start the deduction. Gu Yenying gently flapped her wings again. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Although that wasn't her own power, and it would take years for her to recover once it was used up, it was believed that one day, she would transform into a real Kunping. At this very moment, the Kunpeng feather resonated with her heart. It had reached an unprecedented level. Since he was a bird, he had to fly. The Kunpeng had the form of a big fish. But just like how butterflies were transformed from caterpillars, every moment they swam in the deep sea and crawled on the ground was for the day they could spread their wings and soar. Only then can I be considered to have returned my true colors. Blindly hiding and enduring silently was not the true heart of the Kunping. To her, this journey was not only for a promise, but also for a greater experience. Li Qingshan nodded and tried to stretch his limbs. Without the restraint of the miniature world, the ox demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle, and phoenix all awakened, opening their eyes again. In that moment, all of his strength recovered, dyeing his dark golden eyes. They were no longer crimson either. Instead, they had become pitch black. He almost could not help but cry out, Li Qingshan, have returned. However, as he powered the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his mind calmed down again, like the deep sea. He silently sensed his current state first. The ape demon transformation was only at the first layer, so it did not affect the balance of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine too much. However, it was no longer as smooth and free as before. However, this was a brand new power after all. Blindly pursuing balance was pointless. Only by constantly surging with new power could he reach unprecedented heights. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of worry, as with the complete recovery of the spirit turtle transformation, his connection with his mirror clone had become even stronger. He could control it even more freely now. This was not a problem in itself. It was just like how after training, a person would definitely feel like they could control their body more freely and nimbly. However, if there was stronger, would there also be weaker? If he really pulled the distance to 1,000,000 kilometers, 10 million kilometers, or even 10 million kilometers, would he really be able to maintain contact? He would not change his decision to return home because of this, but he did not hide this fact either. He passed it on to Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Gu Yenying said, "Little Ming, what do you think? If your clone originates from the spirit turtle clan in Ruin's End, then it really is extremely powerful. I've heard that some spirit turtles can allow their clones to wander through the 6 realms of Sasra. However, you have to understand that while the 6 realms of Sasra are not small, they can't compare to the entire space. All powers have their limits. There's no such thing as omnipotence. I can't be certain how much distance will affect your ability either. For now, all you can do is continue advancing and verify it with practice. It's best if you can deduce the approximate distance from the world of the 9 prefectures during this process and then make a decision." Although Luo Ho Xiaoming did not agree with this voyage just now, since he said it was the last time, then it really was the last time. Since Li Qingshan did not change his mind, he would not say any more nonsense. Instead, he would give his full support and use his experience to provide the best advice. As a former god, he was the one who understood this space the best among the 3. Although he was still very weak, in this situation, knowledge was more important than power. Just like how Li Qingshan would not eliminate Luo Ho Xiaoming just because he wanted to take revenge on him, they all had their own temperament and courage, which was why they were able to help each other in the same boat. Yes, I will do my best and try to deduce the pattern. When the Kuan-Peng flew over, it did not move in a straight line at a uniform speed. Instead, it was full of twists and turns. With the speed of the Kuan-Peng, the difference between speed and slowness could be unimaginable. Whether or not he could deduce the pattern, he was not sure. But even if I lose contact with my doppelganger, I will not turn back. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "It will be too late to turn back then. We have to find another world to settle down, accumulate strength, and wait for the next opportunity before we lose contact with our doppelganger. You have all crossed worlds, so you should know the risks. Gu Yenying, do you have this ability? If the distance is not too far, I am confident that I can take you there, but I can't screen the world." The first time they flew to a small world, it was because the Kuan-Peng feather was influenced by her will and chose the safest world. Even so, it still had to go through many difficulties to settle down. If it was not for Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation, it would have probably died in the small world. But now, the divine talisman of great creation was left in the small world, and it could no longer be used as a life-saving straw. The choice of the world became even more important. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. That's good. I will screen the world. I am very good at this. Luo Ho Xiaoming laughed at himself and touched the slingshot at his waist. All right, then I will have to trouble the 2 of you to support me, Li Qingshan said sincerely. With such companions, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. Don't talk nonsense. Leaving the small world is something I must do anyway. In this void, my position has been locked down with great difficulty. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought to himself. I am really lucky to have met these 2 fellows. Little Ming, then I will make another promise with you. If you can help me return to the 9 provinces, I will definitely help you beat up your mother. Li Qingshan's words were like a mountain. He did not care that there was another powerful god among his opponents. Anyway, he already had a 500-year promise with Qiangqi. There was no need to worry when there were too many debts, and no need to bite when there were too many gods. Luo Ho Xiaoming was stunned. He frowned and said, "Why do these words sound so strange?" Haha, as long as the meaning is right. A mother who only wants to kill her own son. She is worse than a beast. I might as well kill her to my heart's content. Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming had been together for dozens of years. He believed that he had some understanding of Luo Ho Xiaoming's temperament. Although he did not know how Luo Ho Xiaoming had created such great evil karma, to the point of summoning the rebound of karmic fire, he was definitely not an evil person. In other aspects, there was nothing to say. He was definitely a friend worth befriending. Luo Ho Xiaoming looked deeply at Li Qingshan. Friend? That was something that he had never had before. In the past, who had the qualifications to be his friend? Li Qingshan did not say anything else. He closed his eyes and concentrated on deducing the path. In order to deal with the risk of losing contact with his doppelgangers, he had to deduce the longest path here. When he first arrived, the spinning sea of stars once again reflected in his mind. Then, it gradually slowed down and corresponded with the stars in the sky. Although it was only a miniature world, the spiritual energy it possessed was definitely as vast as the ocean. It did not seem like he had to worry about it running out. However, in space, the spiritual energy dispersed far too quickly. Before long, it had to stop and wait for the spiritual energy to slowly recover. He could not help but feel rather envious of Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Gu Yenying had transformed into a Kunping, so she did not rely on her own power at all. Meanwhile, although Luo Ho Xiaoming had not even undergone a single heavenly tribulation, his power did not disperse. Instead, it could absorb power from space. He was currently focused on cultivating. Can I lock up my spiritual energy? However, even the spirit turtle can't do it, let alone the ox demon and tiger demon. But hold on. Li Qingshan thought of something. He pressed his hand against the top of his head and murmured, Ape Demon's Air Assimilation. This was the name of his #1 ability of the Ape Demon. Originally, the Ape Demon transformation was too weak, so it was greatly suppressed by the other 4 transformations. One could imagine a scene like this: oxen on the left, scarlet tiger on the right, spirit turtle on the bottom, and a phoenix on the top. Meanwhile, a pitiful ape was squeezed in the middle, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. Now that it had finally broken free, it extended its long arms and locked down the space. In a split second, Li Qingshan felt that he had been isolated from the vast space. As expected, his spiritual energy was no longer dispersed. Although he could not move at all in this situation, and maintaining the ability also required a certain amount of spiritual energy, it was still much better than his current situation just now. After all, he did not need to move his body to perform the derivation. He only needed to think, so the efficiency was much higher. Luo Ho Xiaoming could not help but open his eyes and glance at him. He really did have various powerful bloodlines. It was strange that he could actually fuse them into one body. If he really was that legendary ape that could lock down the space with this ability, it would not be difficult for him to roam the space when he fully matured. Chapter 1247. An azure trail was reflected in the Kunpeng's deep and sharp eyes. It spread its wings that spanned thousands of miles and flapped them with all its might. There was no wind in the void, but the edges of its wings created ripples that distorted the dark void. In an instant, it became in existence like a gale. It followed the azure trail and disappeared into the endless void. The river of stars spun and flew. In this endless void, even the Kunpeng was as insignificant as a ring. However, it was free and unfettered, like a fish returning to the ocean. If it was trapped in a small world, it would feel cramped even when it spread its wings. Even in the world of the 9 provinces, it would not be able to travel to its heart's content. Gu Yenying was completely immersed in the joy of flying. Yes, this was what she had been searching for all this time. Endless freedom. Only the azure trail was a kind of restraint. It often made her feel the urge to leave the track. She needed to exert all her mental strength to suppress this feeling. The trail continued to extend, but the process was very slow. It was far from being able to keep up with the Kunpeng's speed. Li Qingshan stood on the Kunpeng's back. He opened his eyes wide and focused his mind. Through the flowing river of stars, he continuously verified his deductions and made further progress. However, he could not use the ape demon absorption to prevent spiritual energy from dispersing. Thus, the efficiency of his deductions was naturally not high. Fortunately, up until now, there had been no problems with the path he had deduced. It corresponded to all the stars, which made him heave a sigh of relief. In the end, after some calculations, he decided to stop deducing. He only verified his deductions so that he could better accumulate spiritual energy and prepare for the next deduction. On the other hand, Luo Ho and Xiao Ming were completely immersed in cultivation, spending every minute and every second. Every minute and every second seemed to be growing. Li Qingshan was a little envious of their freedom. He preferred the feeling of having one's feet on the ground. Perhaps it was because he was too used to the nourishment of the power of the earth. Once he left the earth, he would feel empty. Stop. Luo Ho Xiaoming's voice suddenly sounded in Li Qingshan's mind. The Kuanpeng retracted its wings and stopped in the void. What is it? Li Qingshan asked. I want to go through the tribulation. As soon as Luo Ho Xiaoming finished speaking, a clap of thunder rang out in the void. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness and shone into Li Qingshan's eyes. He sighed in his heart. This heavenly tribulation is really everywhere. What was supposed to be a terrifying calamity now seemed very familiar. However, he felt that it was a little strange. Luo Ho Xiaoming must have gone through many heavenly tribulations in the past. How could he do it again? Even if a phoenix was reborn from nirvana, the heavenly tribulation it had transcended from the egg would not come again. Luo Ho Xiaoming leaped up and faced the heavenly tribulation. Not long after, he returned to the rock's back. His body became thinner. Furthermore, he had grown a lot taller. He looked 5 or 6 years old again. The process of transcending the tribulation was nothing to write home about. It was as easy as eating and drinking. The tribulation lightning was in his hands. Just like a tamed puppy, it could only bite him gently a few times and leave some teeth marks. Let's go. Li Qingshan asked the question in his heart. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, if I couldn't even deceive the heavenly tribulation, I would have been burned to death by the karmic fire. Asuras were originally immortal and could be reborn continuously, let alone the divine son of Asura. As for the karmic fire, not to mention nirvana rebirth, even reincarnation would not be able to escape. Qingshan, you're going to undergo the tribulation soon, right? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Yes. Li Qingshan nodded with a serious look on his face. Every cultivator dreamed of going through the tribulation. Every time he underwent the tribulation, he would be reborn from the cocoon. Not only would his power increase, but his nature would also change. He could go from a mortal to a deity. However, he definitely could not undergo the 4th tribulation now, because it was beyond the limit of what the 9 prefectures could accommodate. The 9 prefectures was not a small world. It would not be as gentle as confining power and misfortune. He had seen with his own eyes the scene when Qiangqi's incarnation descended. It was truly like being struck by lightning. Strong winds and earth fire came together, and it would not stop until the invader was destroyed. After balancing the 4 transformations of the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix, he was only one step away from the 4th tribulation. Now, he had activated the ape demon transformation. Fortunately, the ape demon transformation was only at the 1st level, so its power was very limited. It also broke the original balance and did not immediately attract the tribulation. However, with the degree of compatibility between him and the ape demon transformation, once he broke through the boundary of the small world, the following cultivation would not be too difficult. He had gained a lot from the training in the small world. First, he comprehended the power of the earth from the confinement of the world. Only the ox demon had this ability, so it naturally laid the foundation for breaking through the 6th level of the ox demon. He could even try to break through. Among all the transformations, the ox demon transformation was not only the foundation, but also the most suitable for his temperament. Even the ape demon transformation was inferior. After several decades of fighting against the heavens, the tiger demon's fighting spirit had awakened a long time ago, constantly being tempered and tested. However, the tiger demon transformation had always focused on explosive power. If he wanted to break through to the 6th layer of the tiger demon, he still needed a great battle as a fortuitous encounter. After becoming a god of the world, observing everything in the world and comprehending the laws of the world would benefit the spirit turtle transformation no less than the ox demon transformation. In fact, it would even last longer. Both transformations just happened to focus on accumulation. Breaking through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle transformation was only a matter of time. Currently, devoting all his efforts to deriving the path of cultivation was also a form of cultivation. Even with the shortcoming of the phoenix transformation, he experienced a rebirth of lust after going through the process of entering the world and emerging from it. It could be said that all of the transformations were restless, wanting to push Li Qingshan to a higher realm of cultivation. If he could find a world comparable to or larger than the 9 provinces, he could immediately undergo the 4th heavenly tribulation and become a demon emperor. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength. If it really doesn't work, I'll just undergo nirvanic rebirth again. As soon as he returned to the 9 provinces, he would undergo the tribulation immediately and ascend with little n. Even if he did not want to return to the 9 provinces, space was definitely not a good place for undergoing the tribulation. Just the issue of spiritual energy dissipating would greatly affect the success rate of undergoing the tribulation. He was confident, but he was not arrogant enough to believe that undergoing the 4th heavenly tribulation would be as easy as Luo Ho Xiaoming undergoing the 1st heavenly tribulation. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and took off once more. Afterwards, it paused 2 more times so that Li Qingshan could calm down and deduce his next path. Although his connection with his mirror clone had indeed weakened, he could still control it with ease. It was as if he did not have to worry about losing contact at all. Everything went unexpectedly smoothly. Li Qingshan had already begun planning what he would do after reuniting with Little N. He had to help the Banyan Tree King become a god of the world first, and then he would go to the Dragon Province and kill the Crown Prince of Xiqing. Qiongji should be fine, and who knew how Ru Exine was doing? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly sensed the power of the earth that he had not felt in a very long time. However, as far as the eye could see, the closest planet was over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Apart from worlds, was there land in the endless space as well? The Kuan Peng suddenly slowed down. The mountains blocked its path. Chapter 1248. Millions of mountains stretched across the void. They were of different shapes and sizes. The big ones spanned tens of thousands of miles and were comparable to small worlds. The small ones were only the size of a fist. There were so many that one couldn't even see the end of them. They all floated quietly, silently watching the tiny Li Qingshan on the back of the rock. Li Qingshan frowned. This wasn't the case when he came. Otherwise, with the huge body of the rock, he would have to go around. But the path he deduced was to go straight through. Are you sure there's no mistake in your deductions? Gu Yenying asked. Yes, Li Qingshan said. These millions of mountains seem to have appeared out of thin air. Look carefully. Is there a star missing? Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and opened them again. There is one missing. Could this be? It's just a destroyed world. Luo Ho Xiaoming said softly. He looked at his hand and his face darkened. What destroyed the world? Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the millions of mountains cautiously. It was as if there was a terrifying monster hiding behind one of the mountains. Don't worry. It's most likely a natural death. Luo Ho Xiaoming held his chin and observed. Natural death? Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He had experienced 2 worlds. Although they were different in size, they gave him the feeling that they had existed for a long time. He didn't think that he would see the death of a world with his own eyes. All things come and go. Even a world can't exist forever. It has its own birth and death. In this void, there are stars falling every moment. There's nothing to be surprised about. But that planet was very far from here in the first place. Li Qingshan frowned in confusion. That's why I'm sure it's a natural death. The death of a world isn't a sudden explosion. Instead, like everything else, it gradually collapses and disintegrates. It usually lasts for a long time. Once it can no longer be anchored in the void, its power will shoot out in a random direction. Who knows where it will go? I see. Li Qingshan sighed. Although this was a coincidence, in such a long journey and such a vast starry sky, it really couldn't be considered a coincidence. He stared at the incomparably huge corpse. He discovered that it was not stationary. Even the largest mountain was moving slowly, and no one knew where it would stop. The strong wind reverberated between the mountains, as if the world was breathing heavily. The magnetic field fluctuated between strong and weak, changing constantly. It was like a soul that refused to disperse. One of these two objects was originally high up in the sky, an underground place. At this moment, they blended together and became exceptionally chaotic. Countless meteorites flew in all directions. The smaller the meteorite, the bigger the meteorite. On the contrary, the might of the attack was even greater. Even a grand cultivator would not be able to match up to it. After all, it was the power of heaven and earth. Even the remnant power was not to be underestimated. Looks like we can only take a detour, Gu Yenying asked, but Qingshan, once you deviate from the path, can you still find the right path? This detour will take us tens of millions of miles. This decaying world was clearly not a small world. The thick earth had completely collapsed and spread out, filling up the void for millions of miles. A simple detour would take tens of millions of miles. It's hard to say. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. Along the way, he had been constantly locating the position of the stars. It was not because he had nothing better to do, but because he had to constantly correct the path according to the star chart. If he took a detour like this, all his previous efforts would be wasted. There were no obvious coordinates in the void, and the stars all looked the same. He might not be able to find the right path and be completely lost in the void. I can shrink my body and go through it, Gu Yenying said. Little Ming, what do you think? Li Qingshan asked. No matter what, we must use the fastest method to leave this area as soon as possible. Luo Xiaoming's expression was solemn. Why? It's best that you don't know. Little Ming Luo smiled, causing people to shudder. Then let's go through it. Gu Yenying took a deep breath. The Kunpeng gradually shrank until its wingspan was only 3,000 meters. If it was placed in another world, it would still be a huge creature. However, in the vast void, it was even more minuscule. It spread its wings and flew towards the mountains. At that moment, she wielded the power of the Kunpeng. She fought against the omnipresent power of magnetism while gathering strong gales to deflect the meteorites flying towards her. However, the most dangerous thing was not the meteorites, but the large and small fragments of space. They were like broken glass and were almost completely transparent. Even the Kunpeng had to dodge carefully, and its speed was greatly affected. Luo Xiaoming's expression became more and more solemn, but he did not say anything. He stared at the surrounding scenery in a daze. When he approached a mountain that stretched for thousands of miles, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and reached out his hand. However, he did not feel the power of the earth. Was it because it was too small and could not be considered the earth? However, the largest mountain here was only this size. It was not easy to find such a large mountain in the 9 states, and it clearly included the part that originally belonged to the underground. He could clearly feel the power of the earth, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a call. He could not help but be curious. What was waiting for him in front? Look over there. Gu Yenying's words broke the silence. Li Qingshan and Luo Xiaoming followed her line of sight and saw a huge building that was chiseled into the mountain. Although the style was different from the 9 states, and it was badly damaged, they could still see the majestic atmosphere. This is definitely not something that mortals could build. It must have been a large sect. Li Qingshan sighed. The pavilions of mortals could not have been preserved at all. Even cultivators ended up like this, let alone mortals. I can still see the layout of the protective formation. It seems to have been swallowed by the magma. There's someone there. Oh, it's a stone statue. Gu Yenying vaguely saw a figure at the top of the mountain. She flew closer and realized that it was a stone statue. It was in the shape of a woman with eyebrows and hair. It was very lifelike. It's not a stone statue. It turned itself into stone in an attempt to escape. What a fool. If it had killed itself earlier, it would have had a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Luo Xiaoming looked disdainful. When the world declined to a certain extent, the connection with the 6 paths of reincarnation would be severed. However, normal people would not know about this. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying then noticed the despair on the woman's face. She clearly understood that this was just a struggle before death. The void would not only swallow spiritual qi, it would also swallow souls. What was the use of turning the body into a stone statue? Gu Yening said, maybe she is also waiting for someone. Li Qingshan stared at the woman's face and was speechless. Gu Yening said, I'm sorry. It's fine. But the 9 states is not so easily destroyed. I think the scale of this world is no smaller than the 9 states. Do you think there will be any treasures left behind? Li Qingshan felt the calling of the power of the earth becoming stronger. When the world is destroyed, the spiritual qi will disperse. Everything attached to it will also die. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought of that scene again. On the blood-red land, a child, under the guidance of his mother, shot the stars with a slingshot. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1249. Luo Ho Xiaoming's face was pale as he pressed his chest. He had already sacrificed all his strength to resolve the karmic backlash, but this memory could not be erased. Even though it was a small world, there were trillions of living beings in it. The destruction of the world and the death of all living beings without any reason or value, all because of his unwarranted malice. Even the 12 demon gods of the demon domain would not do such a thing. They would only expand the demon domain, spread their ideology, and invert good and evil. This kind of evil, even the demon gods could not compare. It was so huge that it did not feel real. It was just like the fall of a star. But the Azura path was not the demon domain. It was one of the 3 great paths of good in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and Azura was not an evil god. The world in front of him seemed to be destroyed by him. The millions of mountains pressed on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Little Ming, what's wrong? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Luo Ho Xiaoming waved his hand weakly. Li Qingshan arrived before him in a single step and threw a punch. Boom! A flying meteorite shattered, almost smashing Luo Ho Xiaoming into meat paste. With his current condition, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Li Qingshan was also shocked. He took half a step back. He felt his blood boil. The power of these meteorites was too strong. He lowered his head and asked, Are you okay? Luo Ho Xiaoming thanked him with difficulty. At this time, Kunpeng had already left the mountain. It went deeper into the mountains. There were floating mountains all around. The astral wind and the magnetic force became more chaotic and violent. Kunpeng also had to constantly change its posture, flapping its wings, controlling the astral wind and resisting the magnetic force. He controlled the atmospheric winds to fend off the magnetic field. He no longer had the time to pay attention to Li Qingshan, Rahu, and Little Ming on his back. Li Qingshan lifted Luo Ho Xiaoming up, opened the wings of wind. While absorbing the astral wind, he dodged back and forth on Kunpeng's back. When he could not dodge, he used the force field of the earth to change the direction of the meteorites. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the power of the earth was getting stronger and stronger. It provided him with an endless supply of life force. Seeing Luo Ho Xiaoming's dispirited face, Yang Kai said. As if he had returned to the state before his rebirth, he asked intentionally, If you can survive in the void, why don't you just stay here and cultivate in a remote corner for a few thousand years? My strength should have recovered by then. We belong to the world. It didn't belong to the void. Mortals can survive on grass roots and tree bark. Spiritual energy was an indispensable resource, so he had to choose a suitable world. This is more important than anything else. The higher the level of a life form, the closer the power it grasped was to the origin. However, the closer the power was to the origin, the harder it was to absorb and transform it. For cultivators, spiritual power was equivalent to food for mortals. Even if some talented beings could break away from the need for food and absorb sunlight like plants, it was still not as convenient and fast as directly absorbing spiritual power. I see. If you return to the Azura realm, your strength should recover much faster, Li Qingshan said. The Azura realm was much larger than the 9 provinces, and the will of the world was even more powerful. As the beloved son of the Azura realm, he could receive unimaginable benefits. It was completely a blessing from the heavens. If I return before I make a full recovery, I'll be courting death. Though, if I can get a few more Azura fields, it'll be extremely useful. Luoho Xiaoming hesitated before making a rare request. Once I return to the 9 provinces, I'll help you get a few. Li Qingshan generously accepted the request at the expense of others. He was going to the Dragon Province to kill Crown Prince Si Qing anyway. When the time came, he could teach the old and young a lesson along the way. Getting a few Azura fields back would be a piece of cake. Luoho Xiaoming thought about it. But it's not like there's no treasure here. Since atmospheric winds and magnetic fields still exist, there might be heavenly wind marrow and earth fiendish magnetic poles. They can be used to forge innate arcane treasures. These world fragments are extremely valuable as well, but it's a pity that we can't collect them right now. Innate arcane treasures. Li Qingshan was greatly interested. Heavenly wind marrow. Does it really exist? I'd always thought it was a legend, and I even went out of my way to search for it. Gu Yenying was extremely interested as well. Her jade folding fan from the past was already unusable, and she just happened to be lacking a new fan. These 2 items exist with the world, like the bloodline beneath the skin. They'll only appear when the world collapses and the outside world collapses. Obviously, they won't be found normally. But once the bloodline is extracted, the world will decline even faster. Then aren't we in a treasure trove? This world is already dead anyway, so we can search for the corpses. Li Qingshan's eyes shone brightly. He felt like while the space was dangerous, it did not necessarily lack fortuitous encounters. But I'd advise you not to deviate too much from the path, and you shouldn't stay here for too long either. This isn't a safe place. Luoho Xiaoming did not say anything in the beginning because he did not want them to stay for too long. He muttered to himself, perhaps there's something like that in such a large world. Something like that? There's no need to think about it. There are still traces of heavenly wind marrow and earth fiend magnetic pole, and there are many of them. Those things don't have any aura at all, and even if there's only a tiny bit of them, we can only have a chance to discover them by shattering these mountains, or there might not be any at all. But if we can find one, it'll be worth it. It's a pity that we're too weak now. When Luoho Xiaoming talked about the heavenly wind marrow and earth fiend magnetic pole, he still appeared abnormally calm. He had shattered countless worlds, so he naturally would not be too interested in these common goods. But when he mentioned those things, he still revealed a hint of interest. Li Qingshan said anxiously, "You said it was so lively, but what exactly is it?" Gu Yenying suddenly reminded him, "Be careful in front." A large number of meteorites whizzed over, big and small, numbering in the tens of thousands. If the larger ones landed in the 9 provinces, they could directly flatten the Great Buddha Mountain. Killing a few grand cultivators in small chunks would be as easy as pie. The area they covered was so large that even the Kunpeng could not dodge. It could only gather astral winds and prepare to face them head-on. Li Qingshan's expression was solemn. He crossed his arms in a circle, fully activating the earthly force field. Invisible gravity pulled and pulled, sending some meteorites flying far away and some smashing into each other. Not only did it protect him and Xiaoming, it also protected the Kunpeng beneath them. Luoho Xiaoming sighed, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that this is something a demon king can do." Li Qingshan looked at his own hands. Although the Ox Demon divine art had always been smooth, this time, he had really exceeded his usual level. It was most likely due to the influence of that earthly force. He suspected that it was what Luoho Xiaoming was talking about, so he spoke of the power he had sensed. "You can actually sense the life soil of the 9 heavens?" Luoho Xiaoming was astonished. Just how many divine arts and techniques did he have? The earthly force was a type of source energy. Life soil of the 9 heavens, what is that? After such a long time, Li Qingshan finally heard the 2 words 9 heavens again. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1250. Luoho Xiaoming said, "It's a type of soil. It doesn't have any spirituality, and it doesn't glow either. In fact, it looks no different from ordinary soil. However, it can grow endlessly, so it's called living soil." "What about the 9 heavens?" Li Qingshan asked. Even in this empty and desolate void, it made his heart burn with passion. "Don't you want to go above the 9 heavens?" That was the first world among the 10,000 worlds. Legend had it that the 3,000 worlds were separated from that place. Therefore, the living soil is also known as the origin of the earth, hence it is collectively known as the nine-heaven living soil. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Where do you feel the direction is? If we haven't deviated too far from our course, we'll head over now. Didn't you say you wanted to leave this area as soon as possible? If I can get one, the risk will be worth it." All right, it's not far ahead. It's less than 100,000 kilometers away from the route. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and deduced. Within this range, there was basically no need to worry about getting lost. Luo Ho Xiaoming said sincerely, "You're really a lucky guy. But in this way, there's no need to deliberately collect the astral wind pith and earth fiend magnetism. It's best if we can encounter them on the way, but if we don't, then forget it." Heh, this is strength. Li Qingshan calculated the route again, drawing a long arc in the void, which was reflected in Kuan Peng's eyes. Kuan Peng gently flapped its wings, gliding away. Mystic light illuminates all. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell dispersed, illuminating several hundred images in the surroundings. They were not as sharp as the Kuan Peng's eyes. However, the advantage was that it wouldn't be obstructed by vision, so it would be easier for him to search for what he wanted. Sure enough, not long after, a strange gust of wind could be seen. It did not dance about wildly like the usual gust of wind. Instead, it maintained a certain shape, like a slender snake, with a faint silver luster. If one were to observe it carefully, they would discover that it was the source of the howling gust of wind in the surroundings. Celestial wind marrow. But how do I get it? Gu Yenying asked. Ordinary astral winds were hard to control, let alone this astral wind marrow. I wonder if the Sumera ring can hold it. Do I have to swallow it directly? Luo Ho Xiaoming snapped, then our journey ends here. Your Sumera rings are too low level. It was impossible for it to contain the astral wind essence. If you can trust me, I will. You can use my Qiankuan bag. As he spoke, he patted the cloth pouch on his waist. The cloth pouch looked very ordinary, with a red circle as a seal. It looked like a child's money bag. Li Qingshan remembered that he had taken the bullets from it. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. Li Qingshan rubbed his hands, looking like he was ready to kill and rob. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't be bothered with him. Qingshan, stop messing around. Quickly draw the heavenly dipper wind marrow over. While urging, Gu Yenying ordered the Kuan Peng to temporarily hide in a hollow of a mountain to avoid the shooting meteorites. Apparently, she was really tempted. All right. Li Qingshan stretched out his hands in the direction of the astral wind marrow. The earthly force field once again displayed its miraculous effect. The astral wind marrow couldn't escape the formless gravitational force. It flowed like a fish on a hook and was pulled over. Even the astral wind marrow was affected. The Kuan Peng was only a phantom, after all. There was a limit to the amount of astral wind it could control. Now that they had this shield, they didn't have to worry anymore. Originally, getting close to the center of the violent astral winds was already a difficult thing. After all, the rock was only a shadow, and there was a limit to the astral winds it could control. Now, with such a shield, there was nothing to worry about. Luo Ho Xiaoming opened the Qiankuan bag. Li Qingshan waved his hands forcefully, and the astral wind marrow flowed into the bag. He let out a sigh of relief. This is indeed good stuff. I wonder what the earth fiend magnetic force looks like. Luo Ho Xiaoming opened his heaven and earth pouch, and Li Qingshan waved his hands forcefully, and the essence of wind of heavenly strength flowed into it. He let out a sigh of relief. It really is good stuff. I wonder what the earth fiend magnetic field looks like. However, in the following journey, they didn't even see the astral wind marrow, much less the earth fiend magnetic force. This filled him with regret. According to Luo Ho Xiaoming, as the world was destroyed, the astral wind marrow and the earth fiend magnetic force would disappear as well. There were many world fragments floating around, and they wouldn't be melted by the void. However, it was also because of this that even the Qiankuan bag couldn't store them. Perhaps only another world could devour and digest them. Li Qingshan asked curiously, "You said that every moment in the void is a world being destroyed. In that case, there should be world fragments everywhere. However, we've been flying all the way here, but why haven't we seen a single piece? Also, although the world's collapse would cause the spiritual chi to dissipate, such a large amount of earth and rocks wouldn't disappear for no reason. We haven't seen any meteors either. Things that the void can't digest will naturally be digested by other things." Void-devouring beasts? Gu Yenying asked. "You've even heard of the void-devouring beasts. With your cultivation, you're really knowledgeable." Gu Yenying smiled and said, "I've even seen an eyeball of a void-devouring beast. A corpse king from the hungry ghost realm once used it to invade the 9 states. It sealed a large region and was almost devoured by the hungry ghost realm." Luo Ho Xiaoming said with certainty, "That must have been obtained by chance. Even the weakest void-devouring beast isn't something a mere corpse king can deal with." Li Qingshan also recalled the devastation of that battle. That was the first time he came into contact with the 6 paths of reincarnation. He smiled and said, "If we can kill 2 more void-devouring beasts and play with a few eyeballs, that would be even better." Let's hope your jinx doesn't come true. The void-devouring beasts are the scavengers of the void. They can devour anything, and world fragments are their favorite food. It won't be long before more void-devouring beasts are attracted here. Let's quickly take the living soil of the 9 heavens and leave. The Kunping flew for another hundreds of thousands of miles and stopped, staring at a small mountain 10,000 miles away. Even though Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming didn't have the ability to sense the power of the earth like Li Qingshan did, they could still confirm that the living soil of the 9 heavens was right there. A small mountain wasn't anything special, but within a 10,000 miles radius, there were no other mountains, not even a single meteor. Strands of heavenly astral wind marrow coiled around the mountain, turning the void into an ocean of astral winds. Be it the mountains or the meteors, they were all crushed into dust. In the ocean of astral winds, there were specks of light flashing and moving without any pattern. They weren't affected by the astral winds at all, yet they never left the small mountain. From such a long distance, Li Qingshan could already feel the monster aura dispersing. That was the most direct effect of the magnetism. These specks of light must be the earth malevolent magnetism that Luo Ho Xiaoming mentioned. Chapter 1251. Great Harvest. Li Qingshan whistled, but he immediately found it troublesome, as there were no mountains nearby that he could hide in. Even if he went a little further away, the gravitational effect would just be slightly weaker at worst. However, the Earth's fiend magnetic field was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Even from such a great distance, it could disperse demon chi slightly. If he drew closer, wouldn't the effects be even greater? Sigh. Looks like I can only take it slow. Even if it was for the living soil of the 9 heavens, he could not give up now. He was just about to let Gu Yenying fly to the nearest mountain. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "How long are you going to do this? Do you really want to wait for the void-devouring beasts to swallow us all? Then what do you think we should do? We can't just give up like this, can we?" Li Qingshan could clearly sense that the living soil of the 9 heavens calling out to him might just be an illusion. However, there was one thing he was certain of. This living soil of the 9 heavens would be of great benefit to the ox demon transformation. He was truly unwilling to give up just like this. "Here." Luo Ho Xiaoming handed the Cosmo sack to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took the Cosmo sack and said in shock, "For me." "Scram. I'll lend it to you." Haha, how petty. Li Qingshan injected demonic chi and could immediately control the Cosmo sack. Clearly, it was Luo Ho Xiaoming who had made things easier for him. Although he did not say anything, he was rather moved. Only with such trust could he live up to the words, "We're in the same boat." "Let me teach you how to use it," Luo Ho Xiaoming said slowly. Li Qingshan nodded as he listened. This Cosmo sack was a divine weapon. It was definitely not as simple as an upgraded samurai ring. It was like a small world of its own. He tossed the Cosmo sack high up, and it rapidly expanded in the air. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of li wide. And this was with Li Qingshan's power being limited. Otherwise, it could be even bigger. There was no way to know where its limits were. "Open." With a shout, Li Qingshan opened his Qianquan pouch wide like a man with a big belly opening his mouth. He took a deep breath, and the astral winds that filled the sky rushed over with a whistling sound. Wisps of heavenly astral wind marrow entered his pocket. However, the earth-fiendish magnetic fields were not affected at all. They continued to move about randomly in the void space. Their nature was completely different from the heavenly astral wind marrow. They looked like solid objects, but they weren't affected by the astral winds at all. They flickered with light like ball-shaped lightning bolts. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Use your gravity." "I know." Li Qingshan opened his arms. Activating the earthly force field, he locked onto the earth-fiendish magnetism field one by one. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Although the earth-fiendish magnetic forces were attracted, they were clearly more unwilling to leave that small mountain. Just like that, they fell into a stalemate. It was unknown how long it would take to pull them over. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed the existence of the small mountain. In the cold and empty void, there was a kind of motherly warmth. He said quietly, "Please lend me your power." The strong gravity released by the small mountain suddenly weakened, while Li Qingshan's earth force field kept growing stronger. Instantly, those earth-fiendish magnetic fields shot over like arrows leaving the bowstrings. They all fell into the Qianquan pouch. The red string tightened, and the pouch's mouth was sealed. It gradually shrank and fell into Li Qingshan's hands again. The pouch bulged like it was filled with wind, and Li Qingshan handed it over to Luo Ho Xiaoming. It seemed to be just an ordinary money pouch with a few ingots of silver in it. Luo Ho Xiaoming reached out his hand and took it. He then hung it around his waist, looking as calm as ever. The void was cleared up, but a great number of broken pieces of worlds were still floating in the air. They were much denser than any other places they had been through so far. Unless Kun Peng shrunk his body even more, he still wouldn't be able to approach the small mountain. Li Qingshan gave it a try. Although the earth force field could also affect the broken pieces of worlds, it couldn't even store them in the Qianquan pouch, because the nature of the broken pieces of worlds was definitely not weaker than the Qianquan pouch, and might even be more powerful. However, there was no need to feel pity. Just collecting so many heavenly wind marrow and earth-fiendish magnetic fields was already a great harvest for this journey. But the best was always at the end. 9 heaven living soil, here I come. Li Qingshan spread his phoenix wings and said to Luo Ho Xiaoming, "Lend me some wind." Luo Ho Xiaoming opened a small opening in the Qianquan pouch, and a gust of strong wind blew out. Li Qingshan's wings of wind stretched out for thousands of meters, and he flew up with the wind. There was no resistance in the void, and his speed was extremely fast. He activated the earth force field, and his speed instantly increased by a few times. At the same time, he kept changing his body shape, dodging the broken pieces of worlds. It was his first time flying so fast with his own power, and he could somewhat understand Gu Yannying's pursuit. However, what he yearned for was not the sky, and he hated the silence of the void even more. Feeling the call of the earth, he was like a child throwing himself into his mother's embrace, flying toward a small mountain. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "He won't crash into the mountain and die, right?" Gu Yannying said, "I don't think so." From their point of view, Li Qingshan was practically crashing into a small mountain. It was only when he was within 100 miles that he suddenly spread his wings and changed his stance, but his speed was still extremely fast. In the instant he was about to crash into the mountain, he threw out a punch with all his might. The small mountain collapsed soundlessly, and Li Qingshan went deep into the belly of the mountain through the cracks. When he reached the center, he finally saw the legendary 9 heaven living soil. Sure enough, it was as Luo Ho Xiaoming had said. There was nothing special about it at all. It seemed like an extremely ordinary piece of yellow-brown soil. It did not give off any spiritual qi at all, let alone glow. Moreover, it was only the size of a fist. However, in Li Qingshan's heart, the tiny piece of soil was even vaster and heavier than the millions of mountains. Only when countless rocks were piled together could they be called a mountain. Only when endless soil was deposited together could they be called the earth. However, on the tiny piece of soil, Every single bump was like a mountain, and every single depression was like an abyss. It seemed to be the origin and symbol of the word Earth. No matter when, where, how big or small it would not affect its essence at all. Li Qingshan slowly extended his hands, approaching the living soil of the Nine Heaven. Brother Ox's figure suddenly appeared in his head, and the scenery before him changed. From when he first practiced the fist technique in Crouching Ox Village to the various cultivation experiences afterwards, the first layer, the second layer, all the way to the fifth layer of the Ox Demon. He went through every single ability of the Ox Demon transformation in a single moment. He actually felt like he had mastered them all. He could not help but say sternly, "The Ox Demon's great strength sinks in the mud." The sixth layer of the Ox Demon transformation no longer posed any obstruction to him. As a matter of fact, he could break through right now and obtain the unprecedented strength of the Ox Demon. He sucked in a deep breath and held back his excitement. He never thought just seeing the living soil of the Nine Heaven would bring him so much benefit. It was like the spirit turtle obtaining the power of Ruin's End. The power of Ruin's End was vast and boundless, so how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the living soil of the Nine Heaven? A world no smaller than the 9 provinces only possessed a tiny piece of the living soil of the Nine Heaven, and it might not even exist. Just how precious and rare was it? Chapter 1252. Li Qingshan couldn't help but clench the living soil of the Nine Heavens tightly. His entire body was trembling slightly. That power didn't fill up his body and make him feel like exploding. Instead, it was boundless and thick, wrapping him gently within it. The living soil of the Nine Heavens didn't need to be refined, nor could it be refined. If he wanted to use it, the power would be used by him. If he didn't want to use it, the power would still be here. The spiritual power contained in any spiritual stone would be exhausted, but its power was endless. Gu Yenying stared at the small mountain. Even though the Kunping had extremely strong eyesight, it was still as small as a grain of sand from thousands of miles away. She worriedly said, "Little Ming, why isn't he out yet? Could it be that something happened to him?" Luo Ho Xiaoming said meaningfully, "You care about him a lot." "Yeah." Gu Yenying smiled, not trying to hide it. "Be careful not to damage your Taoist heart because of your personal feelings. Thank you for the reminder. I've been careful to control myself. However, if my Taoist heart is strong, even if it's just a small personal feelings, I'm still lacking. I hope I can be like him in the future." Gu Yenying smiled. "That's true. I really wonder who taught that guy." Luo Ho Xiaoming thought about Li Qingshan. That guy was simply full of personal feelings. He never saw any feelings as an obstacle. Sometimes he was even so optimistic that he was almost naive. Yet, he was still able to advance bravely. He wasn't very smart, but he was able to see through everything. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't help but admire him. However, there was one exception. Their current journey was simply too personal, and they couldn't let go of things. He didn't know what kind of charm that little and had. He was able to make a person like him unable to forget him. I think it must be someone from above the Nine Heavens. Gu Yenying felt that her horizons had broadened a lot during her decades of association with Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming. She was no longer limited to the small 9 states. Her identity as the daughter of the Eagle God was not even worth mentioning. Luo Ho Xiaoming joked, "It just so happens that if he dies, we won't have to go to the 9 states. No, I still have to go back to the 9 states. Gu Yenying was determined, whether it was for the promise or for her personal feelings. The destination of this trip would not change. At least let him rest in peace. All right then, let's wish fellow Taoist Li a long life." Luo Ho Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders, but this was also within his expectations. If he didn't have this bit of persistence, how could he be qualified to be in the same team as him? Look, he came out. He seems to be very happy. Li Qingshan's figure leaped out of the crevice of the small mountain and stood there, roaring in his heart, "You two bastards. Are you done yet? You're the ones who are dead. You're the ones who can rest in peace. You're the ones who can live to 100 years old. Although they were separated by a great distance, their thoughts were connected, and they could even sense the strong emotions in their hearts. Otherwise, how could Gu Yenying see whether Li Qingshan's expression was happy or unhappy from such a distance? Gu Yenying said, how is the Nine Heaven life soil? Is it as amazing as the legends say? Although the life soil of the Nine Heaven has many wondrous uses, it's not that easy to use. Luo Ho Xiaoming said. The closer a power was to the origin, the harder it was to use it. This was common sense in the world. You guys better watch carefully. Li Qingshan spread his legs, his left hand at his waist, and his right hand tightly grasped the life soil of the Nine Heaven. He raised it up high with all his might, shouting in his heart, "Please bestow me power. I am Qingshan." A formless and powerful force instantly spread out in the void. The mountains trembled, not to mention the small meteorites. Even the fragments of the world started to move, gathering toward his palm. Originally, although the fragments of the world were also being pulled by gravity, the effect was many times weaker. In an instant, his palm seemed to become the center of the void universe. Even the Kunpeng had to flap its wings to resist this gravitational force. Not only was Gu Yenying speechless, even Luo Ho Xiaoming was dumbfounded. How is this still a monster king? Could it be that the greatest use of the life soil of the Nine Heaven was to bestow power? It wasn't used to build a paradise or something. No, that was impossible. The origin of the world had no will at all, and it was even more impossible for it to bestow power. This must be it. He's just shouting casually, "Don't take it seriously," Gu Yenying said. Lil Ning's emotions were far too intense, such that even she could hear it. She had known Li Qingshan for many years, so she clearly understood his style. Fine. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps he was the only one who could use the power of the life soil of the Nine Heaven in such a simple and violent manner. Perhaps the life soil of the Nine Heaven had been prepared for him. His power had increased by more than 10 times. He had never heard of a cultivator with 3 heavenly tribulations who could have such power. Even he, the godchild of Luo, didn't have such a method in the past. But what is he trying to do? The endless gravitational force pulled everything in the void, whether it was the stellar wind marrow, the earth-fiendish magnetic force, the millions of mountains, or the fragments of the world. Why don't you just ask him? Hey, Qingshan, we've already witnessed your power. We can continue our journey now. Gu Yenying called out in her mind. She hid behind a large mountain to resist the violent meteor shower. This is just the beginning. Li Qingshan wasn't just trying to show off his power. When the first meteor flew in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, real and illusory at the same time." Under his feet, the mirror-like water surface instantly expanded for 1,000 miles. The meteor fell into it, creating a ripple before disappearing. At the same time, in the small world, a meteor streaked across the sky. The friction with the air caused sparks to ignite, causing everyone to raise their heads and look up. In the mysterious void temple, Li Guanyan stood up and went to the courtyard. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Was it a normal meteor or a fiend star? Not only could flowers in the mirror create clones, but it could also transfer items between the main body and the clones. However, as the clones became more and more useless, this ability became useless. It wasn't until the clone became a god that it was finally reactivated and used to transfer spiritual power. Everyone in the small world who was looking up at the night sky was stunned. Because before the first meteor landed, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of meteors flew over at the same time, drowning out the original river of stars and filling the entire night sky. This magnificent and glorious scene was like a dream. It was as if they had returned to 10 years ago, when the Kunpeng spread its wings and soared high. Above Hua City, Li Fengxian watched in a daze and muttered to himself, "Royal father, is that you?" On the top of a big tree, Li Yuanfei scratched his head. What the hell is the old man doing now? Other than him, who else could make such a big scene? On the great snow mountain of the northern region, Shui Bing was dressed in white. Her hands were empty and she didn't hold a sword. She was surrounded by a stream of water as she fought against the tribulation lightning. She was continuously defeated and recovered, displaying the way of water softness to the fullest. Sometimes she would freeze into ice. As the hall master of the Snow Mountain Hall, she had to be responsible for many things. Unlike Yang Miajin, she didn't pursue Dao wholeheartedly, so her cultivation speed was much slower. However, after so many years of accumulation, she had finally reached this step. She had completely mastered the gray water condensing qi method and added her own changes to it. This time, she had a 60% chance of passing the heavenly tribulation and ascending. At most, there was only a 60% chance. In the eyes of mortals, she was already old. Although she had a technique to preserve her youth, there was already a lot of white hair on her head. If she waited any longer, she wouldn't even have a 60% chance of success. She couldn't help but envy Hu Xian. Although her cultivation speed wasn't fast and she hadn't ascended yet, her long lifespan wasn't something Hu Xian could compare with. The changes in the heaven and earth also caused her to be slightly distracted. She felt that the heavenly tribulation had suddenly changed, but she didn't have time to think too much about it. She focused on passing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Yenying said in surprise, he wants to become a void-swallowing beast. Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned and said, everything else is fine, but the world fragment isn't that easy to deal with. Do you know how many magical powers he has? Don't a demon king only have 4 magical powers? Gu Yenying spread out her hands and said, if you, a god's son, don't know, how would I know? At this time, the first world fragment was finally brought to Li Qingshan. His expression also became solemn. He wasn't going to put on a fireworks show in the small world. The crux of the matter was this world fragment. Could it pass through the obstruction of the distant space and transport the world fragment back to the small world? When the world fragment landed in the water mirror's image, it immediately caused an unprecedented ripple. It did not sink into the water mirror's image immediately like a meteor. Instead, it became stuck there, presenting a strange sight. Half of it was in space, while the other half was in the small world. So it really doesn't work? But it shouldn't be impossible. It's just that my spirit turtle transformation is still too weak. Chapter 1253. But at this moment, a tremendous suction appeared in the miniature world, swallowing the fragment in a single gulp. Even Li Qingshan, who had already become a god of the world, failed to sense it. This was an instinctive desire from the world, just like how no matter how intelligent a person was, it was very difficult for them to control themselves. Their bodies could not lie. Li Qingshan had only become a god of the world recently, and he had used a trick to infiltrate the world's will. Although the miniature world was Li Qingshan's body, he was like a vegetable. Although he was the only clear consciousness, he could not even control the movement of his pinky finger. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as making the snowstorm grow or riding in the sky with clouds. It could move mountains and fill oceans. The fragment of the world completely fell into the miniature world and was immediately devoured and digested. The laws of the world immediately changed slightly, affecting the entire world. Afterwards, it developed an even more intense desire. It was even more obvious than when it devoured the Mist Province Cauldron. The Mist Province Cauldron was merely condensed from the laws of the world, while the fragment of the world was the laws of the world themselves, and it was several grades higher than the miniature world. It was basically the best nourishment. As a result, under the miniature world's cooperation, when the second fragment fell into the water mirror's image, it was basically absorbed without any delay at all, becoming a delicacy for the miniature world. Li Qingshan had been planning all along. If he could send these fragments of the world into his miniature world, it would assist the miniature world in its growth. Perhaps it would provide him with even more spiritual qi, and in the long run, the value of a world could never be underestimated. As the fragments fell into the miniature world, Li Qingshan felt his will rapidly expand. In the past, he had to move through various places to observe everything in the world, but now, his vision became wider and deeper. It was like a vegetable could finally move a finger, and the entire world was responding to him. In the past, he was just a thief who had snuck in, but now, he had reached a higher level, gradually becoming a true lord of the world. He only needed a single thought, and spiritual energy would surge over. And the connection between his main body and his clone that had gradually weakened cleared up again. It was no longer just his main body trying to sense it. Instead, it was in the endless space. A star shone brightly for him, starting from the smallest meteor, moving on to boulders and hills. The meteor shower in the miniature world had already become burning stars, reflecting off one another in the dark sky. It looked even more magnificent and glorious. The mountains that stretched for thousands of miles were also a problem. Li Qingshan held the 9-heaven-living soil tightly. With a slight tug from the earth force field, the mountain was torn apart. He asked in his heart, little Ming, do I look like a god to you? Like my ass. You can only do whatever you want in the void. Luoho Xiaoming said snappily, but he had to admit that it was too shocking. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, there were plenty of people who possessed such power. Even when he was at his peak, he was much stronger than this. However, the potential he displayed was simply shocking. He was using the omnipresent source energy of the world. In terms of age, he was merely a fledgling who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In fact, he had not even officially stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering changes he would bring when he officially entered the samsara. Perhaps all the rules would be rewritten because of him. Mother, oh mother, you've helped me find a rather incredible friend. Li Qingshan found that the small world also liked the mountains. Although the feedback was not as strong as the world fragments, it did not reject anything and had a great appetite. Of course, the landing point of these giant stars that could not be burned out in the air was a problem. If they were not careful, it could become the judgment day in the apocalypse. After the mountain was torn apart, it would be at least a few hundred miles away. No matter where it landed, it would cause a huge earthquake, not to mention the other effects. Be it innate stage martial artists or chi practitioners, there would not be a single living person within 1,000 miles. Hence, the sea became the best choice. And after the small world devoured the pieces of the world fragments, its size also expanded rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. The land was not affected much, but the sea level was falling rapidly. When Li Qingshan threw the mountains into the sea, it finally stabilized. Boom, 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 boom. The sea seemed to be boiling. Huge waves rose to the sky, blocking out the sun. However, he had to control the rhythm, or there would be another huge flood. Fortunately, the world fragments and the big and small mountains belonged to a complete world, and there was a certain balance, so there would not be too much of a problem. When the lightning on the snow mountain dissipated, Shui Bing descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. She looked around in surprise. She did not succeed in ascending, but she did succeed in passing the tribulation. Both her cultivation and strength had undergone a qualitative change. She waved her hand again, condensing water into a mirror. There was not a single strand of white hair on her head. Even the corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows had faded. Her body was full of youthful vigor, and it was obvious that her lifespan had increased a lot. She was surprised. What is going on? After devouring a large number of world fragments, the small world was no longer a small world. It was enough to accommodate the existence of cultivators of a higher level. She could not ascend after passing the tribulation, but this was a good thing for her. Ordinary tribulation was naturally easier to pass than the tribulation of ascension. Her 60% chance of success had become 80% or even 100%. This was a great thing for all the cultivators in the world. The bigger the world, the more convenient it was for cultivation. From this day onwards, the structure of the world would change. The foundation establishment cultivators who had passed the tribulation would become the masters of the world, and the martial arts world would become an old dream. What changed was not only the structure of the human world, but also the geographical structure of the entire world. Li Qingshan scattered islands all over the sea. It was not that he particularly liked islands, but the moon's reflection could only pass through things of this size. Although there were no longer any living creatures in the dead world, the corpses that were still warm still contained a lot of information. Many new strange life forms would definitely be born from these islands. However, perhaps it should not be said to be so absolute. The woman who had turned into a rock was so strong that even flames and tremors could not destroy it. Suddenly, a crack appeared on her despairing face. Even though all the spiritual chi had dissipated, there might still be a wisp of spirit or obsession left. And those medicinal pills and magic treasures that had lost their value also recovered a touch of spiritual light under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan's voice suddenly rang through the entire world. Do you want my power? Then go and find it in the depths of the sea. A brand new era had begun. The Hero King had never left. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1254. Luo Ho and Little Ming suddenly looked back. At this moment, countless mountains were being pulled by gravity and gathered together, blocking their line of sight. Between the cracks, he could see a few stars embedded in the depths of space, shining silently. They were distant and silent, but he could sense a hint of uneasiness from them. Gu Yenying followed his gaze as well. Something's wrong. There's a bad omen. The first to speak was actually Li Qingshan. The spirit turtle's warning had turned good fortune into bad, and it was a very bad omen. The shadow of death that enveloped him was as dark and heavy as the void. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, if you're done playing, let's leave here as soon as possible. Let's go. Although there were still many mountains and fragments of worlds that he had yet to absorb, Li Qingshan did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he put away the water mirror's image and reversed the force field. He pushed the mountains and meteors away and flew towards the Kunping. Their vision widened. Gu Yenying's eyes narrowed. Something was approaching from the depths of space. At first, it was only the size of a speck of dust, but it enlarged in the blink of an eye. She cried out involuntarily, so fast. That thing moved no slower than the Kunping. Even its body was no smaller than the Kunping. However, it did not resemble any bird or beast. It did not even seem like a carapace. It was a translucent green, revealing its internal organs. There seemed to be a tentacle that was even longer than its body where its head should be. It created a ripple in space as it swam over quickly. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, it's a void-devouring beast. How powerful is this thing? How many heavenly tribulations has it undergone? Can we destroy it? Li Qingshan could not help but ask. His strength had just reached an unprecedented level, and he could already sense such great danger. He was rather unused to it. He wanted to fight to his heart's content in space. Void-devouring beasts don't undergo heavenly tribulations, and they're different from other living beings. They're basically a natural disaster. I'd advise you to run for your life obediently. The smell of blood has spread out in the sea. It won't just attract one shark. As soon as Luo Ho Xiaoming finished speaking, void-devouring beasts appeared from all directions. Every one of them had a different shape. Some had a round body with countless short tentacles. Some looked like a yellow jellyfish. The head was uneven. There were 7 or 8 long legs growing out from the bottom. Some of them had no stable shape and were constantly changing like liquid. They were simply ugly monsters that were beyond imagination in nightmares. However, every single one of them was over 1,000 miles long, and the largest one was over 10,000 miles long. If this figure was a living being, then it would be extremely terrifying. Every one of them was probably a godlike existence. What the hell are these things? Let's go. Li Qingshan immediately retracted his battle intent. He landed lightly on the Kunpeng's back. He didn't want to start a fight with this group of things. Qingshan, open a path for me. The wings of the Kunpeng spanned 1,000 miles. He returned to his original form. All right. Li Qingshan gripped the living soil of the 9 heavens tightly and activated his earthly force field. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, he swept away the layers of mountains and meteorites, clearing all obstacles. At this moment, the void-devouring beasts had already gathered. They were like ants attracted by breadcrumbs, fighting to devour everything in the air. The mountains that stretched for several thousand miles were devoured by 2 void-devouring beasts in a few moments. The spatial fragments were the main focus of their fight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but rejoice that he still had the spirit tortoise to foretell good or bad luck. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been trapped inside. The destructive power of these void-devouring beasts was truly too strong. However, he found it slightly strange. Although these void-devouring beasts were astonishingly fast, they shouldn't be this fast. At this moment, the slimy body of the void-devouring beast that was constantly changing form suddenly opened many eyes of different sizes. These eyes were empty and emotionless, and they all stared at the living soil of the 9 heavens in Li Qingshan's hand. "We've been targeted." Li Qingshan gripped the living soil of the 9 heavens tightly and swung his hand as hard as he could. A mountain moved horizontally, blocking the void-devouring beast's path. Soon afterwards, the mountain was devoured and melted away by the void-devouring beast. Instead, even more eyes bulged out as if they were confirming their target. A single clump of the living soil of the 9 heavens was worth thousands of mountains, and even the Kunping itself was treated as food. Although it did not possess the intelligence of a living being, it quickly swam towards the Kunpeng under its powerful instincts. Li Qingshan's heart sank. The sense of danger became extremely great. This void-devouring beast was several times larger than the Kunping. If they were devoured, they would probably die. Yenying, don't be afraid of the obstacles up ahead. Speed up and shake it off. The Kunpeng flapped its wings and took off without any regard. As Li Qingshan cleared the obstacles up ahead, he powered the earthly force field and tossed all the rocks behind him, creating an obstacle to stop the void-devouring beast. The void-devouring beast pursued relentlessly, swallowing all the mountains and rocks it encountered. It actually did not slow down at all, and instead gradually closed the distance between them. Luo Xiaoming opened the Qiankuan pouch. Strong winds roared out. The Kunpeng rode the wind and flew even faster. In the blink of an eye, it flew past the mountains and saw the boundless dark void again. The two colossal beings, one in front and one behind, were engaged in the most primitive chase through the void at an unbelievable speed. They were only several tens of thousands of kilometers apart, which would be considered a great distance in any world. However, if their figures and speed were taken into consideration, it was almost a single step away. Gu Yenying said, "Qingshan, we'll be out of the predicted flight path if we keep flying for a while longer. Think of something." Li Qingshan suddenly turned around, gripped the living soil of the 9 heavens tightly, and threw a punch at the void. Using the power of the earth from the living soil of the 9 heavens, he pushed the tremors of the ox demon to an unprecedented level. Even the dark void trembled. The Kunpeng accelerated once again, while the void-devouring beast bumped into this trembling void. Its body twisted and changed. Even though it was unharmed, its speed was greatly slowed down. Li Qingshan was delighted. It was indeed useful. Punch after punch, the void-devouring beast slowed down again, and the distance between it and the Kunpeng grew larger and larger. Gradually, the void-devouring beast seemed tiny. Suddenly, the void-devouring beast disappeared in the void as if it had never existed. "Did you shake it off?" Gu Yenying asked. Li Qingshan knitted his brows, but the sense of danger in his heart did not disappear. Instead, the shadow of death grew heavier. Luo Xiaoming yelled, "No, it's in front of us." Li Qingshan abruptly turned around, and the void-devouring beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Its enormous body filled his field of vision, and its translucent skin glowed with a green light. Suddenly, a 1,000-mile-long abyss appeared in its body, stretching across the void and waiting for the Kunping to walk right into its trap. Ji Hao finally understood why these void-devouring beasts were so fast, and why they could actually teleport over such a long distance in the void. Chapter 1255. The tower pierced through the layers of clouds and reached the sky. The sun shimmered in the aura of death. Even the sunlight seemed lifeless. Everything within a range of 1,500 kilometers had been reduced to a land of death. Perhaps this was the tallest structure in the history of this world. Ghostly flames flickered as souls of the dead wandered around the tower, making it seem even more deathly still. The corpse kings and ghost kings built the tower without any complaints, silently enduring the harsh scoldings of the overseers like lowly laborers. They suppressed all of their resentment and waited for the day the tower was completed. By then, there would be a sumptuous feast, using all the creatures in this world as food to satisfy their insatiable hunger. This day would not be too far away. At this moment, at the boundary of this land of death, in the dense forest that was eternally shrouded in mist, a green sprout burst out of the earth. In the beginning, it was very young, making it impossible to tell what plant it was, but it swelled up very quickly, growing into a great banyan tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. However, it still extended its branches towards the sky as if it was not satisfied. Aerial roots as thick as dragons stabbed deep into the ground to support its body that was growing more and more majestic. The laws hidden under the heavens and in the thick earth began to circulate silently. It was like a pair of invisible hands were holding this newborn child. Yes, it was the child of the world. When the great banyan tree grew to be bigger than any tree or mountain in this world, it was already big enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the tower thousands of miles away. The milky white fog spread under his feet like a thick and soft carpet, dark green patterns embedded in it. At the end of the carpet was a deathly gray floor. Scattered with many sharp, black nails, it was also like a chopping board. A forest of withered leaves stood where it was in despair. A pair of dark green eyes opened on the great banyan tree, staring at the tower in the distance. The rugged tree bark was like a furrowed brow, and the drooping leaves were like a beard, vaguely forming a face. It was the banyan tree king. With his control over most of the world, he used all of his 10,000 years of cultivation and all of his strength to prepare for a great battle. This battle, it would decide the fate of the world. And his fate. He obviously was not alone. Demon Chi surged into the air and gathered behind him. It was not just the demon kings of the Mist Province. There was also the Green Province, the Scarlet Province, and so on. The White Camel Sand King was among them. There were also his other old friends. He had started preparing a year ago and sent out the summons 3 days ago. Not just the Demon Clan. When the Silver Dragon King flew over, the great cultivators appeared with him. The King of Southern Yu led them, but it was not just the honored guests of the King of Southern Yu's estate. The Dauntless Monk and the Unraging Monk were among them too. A white cloud descended from the sky, sweeping away the layers of gray haze. It still maintained its original white color. In the sky above this world of death, it emitted a dazzling white light. Layers of white feathers clustered around Li Fengyuan. He cupped his hands towards the banyan tree king from afar, displaying the bearing of a king. Who here was not a king? Without undergoing 3 heavenly tribulations, one wouldn't even be qualified to participate in this battle. All the connections were used and all the power was gathered, waiting for the arrival of one person. The hungry ghost realm's true target, the enemy of Buddha, little N. Apart from Li Fengyuan, who knew how many times older than she was, but no one felt displeased. In the past few years, she had basically killed her way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She had stepped on the corpses of countless demon kings and great cultivators, living up to the name, Enemy of Buddha. She was even more terrifying than the demon king of the North Moon in the past. The entire ghost tower fell into an uproar. Under the supervision of the overseer, the corpse kings and ghost kings were on standby. An aura of death surged into the air as they stood as equals. It was like a siege. There was no such thing as a sneak attack. There was no such thing as a siege between the living and the dead. The ghouls instead seemed even more orderly. The corpse kings roared and bellowed furiously. Their morale was even higher. It was not just because they had an absolute commander behind them, Emperor Li. It was also because they had no path of retreat. They would either die here, or they would be devoured. The demon kings and cultivators belonged to over a dozen camps of various sizes. Even if they failed to take down the tower, they could retreat from this land of death. The Banyan Tree King was only their convener. There were not many powerful cultivators who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations who were accustomed to following the commands of others, as they already stood at the apex of the 9 provinces. However, there were many battles of the scale in the hungry ghost realm. The corpse kings and ghost kings also had to obey their superiors. The banyan tree king's frown deepened. This battle would definitely be fraught with danger. But why had the dragon province not responded at all? In his original plan, the Great Xia Empire was supposed to be the main force in this battle. This had nothing to do with personal grievances. According to his predictions, once the ghost tower was completed, this world would be anchored down by the hungry ghost realm, unable to break free. That would be 100 times more terrifying than an invasion from the demon domain. If the demon domain wanted to invade, it would be completely up to the demon folk to fight. At most, they would have the convenience of demon caverns, but that would only be equivalent to a secret path. However, behind these ghouls was the hungry ghost realm. The 6 realms of Sasra had always been closely connected to the various worlds. Once a passageway was opened, it would be a broad path. Countless ghouls could swarm in, which was why the umbral insect treated it as a trump card to perish together with the world. And the hungry ghost realm's offensive power was extraordinarily powerful. They were basically the natural enemy of the various worlds. Several decades ago, a mere corpse king had almost ripped off a piece of the 9 provinces in the Green Province. The hungry ghost realm did not immediately launch a large-scale invasion and instead built the tower here painstakingly because of Little Anne's existence. They were greatly restrained. Once the ghost tower was completed, they would probably be able to use the hungry ghost realm to break through the restraints of the laws of the world and send in existences that had surpassed the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Even if that emperor descended in person, the Great Xia Empire would be nothing. However, under such dangerous circumstances, the Dragon Province actually showed no signs of activity at all. Recently, they simply ignored the chaos in the world, allowing the Ghost Tower to constantly rise and defend the Dragon Province. This had completely exceeded his expectations. He had sent out a signal to work together some time ago, but it had vanished completely like a rock sinking into the ocean. Now that the Ghost Tower was about to be completed, he was finally forced to take action. That was because if he still did not take action, she would take action. Ding! The ethereal sound of a bell rang out in everyone's ears. It was so clear that it seemed to be right next to their ears. Their hearts rippled, basically unable to calm down. The White Camel Sand King's wooden face twitched. Before Pearl City was burnt down, this was the first bell that rang out. Even if everyone present had never heard the bell in person, they had heard of the legend. She's here. Ding! The entire ghost tower fell into an uproar. The impact was far greater than the cultivators and demon kings. The overseers swung their whips and maintained order, but fear flashed through their eyes. Clearly, they knew what they were about to face. Their morale immediately plummeted. When the white sacred flames descended, the hungry ghost realm would be annihilated. They had come here to end a legend, or to bear witness to a legend. Drifting Astronomy. Chapter 1256. The sound of the bell was chaotic, the soul wanted to break, and the white bones turned into a beautiful face. Her skin was white as jade, her hair was black as sandalwood, and her flesh was like a lotus flower. The towering trees and the towering towers were all reflected in the netherworld eye. Life and death were both clear to him, but there was still a stubborn thought that he couldn't abandon his original intention. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate and couldn't help but look at the sky. Was he in danger again? Ding! The bell on her waist urged her to come back to her senses. She didn't have time to think too much. She took a few steps in the air barefooted and landed on the top of a big tree. She said softly, "Thank you, Senior." The banyan tree king sighed in his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen her so polite. He knew that she was doing this for the sake of this battle, not letting any details affect the overall situation. And if they lost this battle, this courtesy would probably turn into terrifying hostility. This battle is not just for you and me, nor is it just for anyone here. It's for all living beings in the 9 states. Fellow Taoists, please accept my control for the time being. Only in this way can we unite as one and defeat the enemy. All the demons said, "We're willing to listen to fellow Taoists' orders." The Banyan Tree King knew that this was his limit, but it was enough. There is no need for me to elaborate on the dangers involved. The laws of heaven and earth in this area have already been contaminated by the hungry ghost realm. Your Majesty, please use the Silver Dragon King to test it out first. All right. The King of Southern, you said. The main cannon at the front of the Silver Dragon King opened up, and specks of silver light gathered, condensing and compressing to the limit, forming a ball of light. With a buzzing sound, a magnificent silver light shot towards the ghost tower. This strike was enough to split mountains and split the earth, but as soon as it entered the land of death, the bright silver light was shrouded in a layer of gray haze, rapidly weakening. A Ghost King's supervisor swung his whip. The whip cracked the silver light, and the shattered light was quickly swallowed by the gray haze, as if it had never existed. TSK, TSK, foolish creatures, you only know how to play these kinds of tricks. The ghouls roared with laughter. The King of Southern's face changed slightly. Even attacks of pure energy were affected like this. If he personally entered the tower, he would definitely be greatly suppressed. The surroundings of the ghost tower were basically a forbidden zone for the living. He glanced at Little N. She was the only exception. But in this way, this was a great blow to morale. No one knew what the Banyan Tree King was planning. The Banyan Tree King said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, as you can see, do not rashly approach the ghost pagoda. You must maintain a safe distance to attack. Grandpa Tree, but if we don't get close to the ghost tower, how are we going to attack it?" A giant Lumbergan King asked. The Silver Dragon King's attack range and destructive power far surpassed that of ordinary demon kings and grand cultivators. 1,000 miles away. Ordinary divine abilities and Dharma spells couldn't even touch it, let alone be weakened and suppressed. Don't worry, we also have strong reinforcements. Powerful reinforcements? Could it be the North Moon's demon king Li Qingshan? Many people did not know that Li Qingshan was no longer in this world. Li Fengyuan was high above Cloud City. When he heard this, his heart ached and he muttered to himself, "Eldest father." Qingshan. The unraging monk also sighed inside. He had specially asked Little and about Li Qingshan's whereabouts, but never did he think this brilliant disciple of his would actually leave this world like this. Little N's clothes ruffled as she stared at the ghost pagoda in the distance, as if she heard nothing. If Qingshan were here, our chances of victory would increase drastically. The Banyan Tree King sighed in amazement. This kid could always exceed his expectations, turning the impossible into the possible. But unfortunately, he can't come. The powerful reinforcements I'm talking about are not people of my generation, but this world. His voice was grand, piercing through the surroundings. Countless branches and roots formed a pair of arms, extending towards the sky and throwing themselves into the whistling atmospheric winds. It truly stood tall, but it was like the people of ancient times who prayed to the heavens for rain. It was filled with piety and reverence. The heavens seemed to be moved by this sincerity. The winds whistled down and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately, the sky was clear and the sun shone down. Soon afterwards, the Banyan Tree King's body straightened up again. The roots that had plunged deep into the ground split into 2 bundles, forming a pair of strong legs. Afterwards, he pulled his legs out and strode forward, stepping into this land of death. Boom! The ground shook, splitting open into ravines. The invisible fiendish magnetic field surged, purging away all the ghostly miasma. Even though the ghost pagoda was not built on the ground, it seemed to waver before the might of the world. Gazing at the towering treant, the ghouls could no longer laugh. He definitely had not come to throw his life away. They also sensed the hostility of the entire world. Everyone, human and demon alike, was stunned by the Banyan Tree King's power. Perhaps he could no longer be called the Banyan Tree King. How could a demon king describe such power? Even the Banyan Tree King himself was using such great power for the first time. This was no longer his own power. This was the world's unwillingness to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm, as well as its hatred towards all external invaders. The world of the 9 prefectures was far larger than a small world, and the will of the world was even stronger and more powerful. The Banyan Tree King had borrowed the wrath of the world and used the might of the world to destroy the geographical advantage formed by the Ghost Pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. The Banyan Tree King walked towards the Ghost Pagoda step by step. Every step he took covered a distance of 10,000 zhong. Wherever he stepped, plants would grow crazily, flowers would bloom, and the distorted laws of heaven and earth would return to normal. No, it was not just normal. Everyone could clearly sense the existence of the heaven's will. Surging spiritual qi gathered in his body, and he could circulate it freely like never before. The mystical abilities and techniques that originally needed to be fully concentrated could now be released at any time, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This battle had been blessed by the heavens. If they won, they would definitely be rewarded with heavenly merit. Even the white camel sand king's expression changed slightly. One of the crux to undergoing the tribulation and ascending was the heaven's will. The world of the 9 prefectures did not have an extreme expression of will like the 6 realms of Sasra, so obtaining its recognition and support was even more difficult. This was truly a rare opportunity. Morale immediately surged. They advanced towards the Ghost Pagoda with the Banyan Tree King's footsteps. The King of Southern Yu nodded slightly. He really was the Banyan Tree King after all. With that, everything was in place. They could capture the enemy. Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. The Banyan Tree King really was a powerful ally. Qing Shan had only agreed to retrieve the 9 cauldrons for him in the past out of a moment of impulse. He never expected it to be so important. Everyone had emotions, and the pros and cons were not so easy to calculate. However, her path was against all living things, and it was even more against all death. It was impossible for her to form any kind of friendship with others. She had to maintain her vigilance at all times. Dark Moon. A familiar but long-lost form of address rang out by his ear. The Dark Queen drifted over. Her cold, pale face was filled with joy right now. Fortunately, I made it in time. Many people secretly frowned. The Ghost Pagoda originated from the Umbral sect, and the crazy declaration of perishing with the entire world was renowned throughout the world. She had basically become the sect master of the Umbral sect. However, she ignored all of this. All she could see was Little N. She approached him before stopping again. Mother. Little N noticed that she was alone. The Dark Queen explained, "Your father is currently in secluded cultivation. No matter what, this battle would be extremely dangerous." Chu Liking was already close to ascending. Since even the Great Xia Empire had not responded, there was even less reason for him to get involved in this mess. For some reason, Little N recalled something Li Qingshan had said, "Only Mother was good in the world." "Be careful," the Dark Queen warned. "Yeah." Little N nodded emotionlessly. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King had already approached the Ghost Pagoda. Raising his head, the pagoda seemed like it was about to collapse. The Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings were vicious and colossal. Little N wielded both swords. He slayed Buddhas with his left hand and abandoned immortals with his right, pointing them at the Ghost Pagoda. Drifting Astronomy. Chapter 1257. The Banyan Tree King finally arrived in front of the sky-reaching Ghost Pagoda. The land of death within a radius of 3,000 li had turned into a grassland filled with blooming flowers. Only the area within a radius of 100 li around the Ghost Pagoda was still covered in thick gray haze, making it seem even darker. Although 100 miles wasn't too far, it still had a huge impact. An attack launched from 100 miles away would not be able to damage this ghost tower in the slightest. The Banyan Tree King understood that the instincts of the hungry ghost realm were not to be underestimated. The world of the 9 prefectures could only give them so much help. They could only rely on themselves for the rest. "Fellow Taoist Feng Yuan, please make your move." There was only one white cloud in the clear sky. It was the city amongst the clouds, and it was currently floating above the heavenly ghost tower. Li Fengyuan nodded slightly. With a bang, he spread his magnificent wings, revealing the innate disposition of a king. He closed his eyes and gently waved his hand. The thick layer of clouds under his feet rippled with waves of light, becoming even more snow-white and bright. All of the winged people were ready. They spread their wings and glowed with radiance as they poured their power into the city amongst the clouds. The white clouds became brighter and brighter, as if they were no longer clouds, but a mass of floating white light. The defensive formation of the city vaguely appeared, and the spherical barrier was full of complicated and beautiful runes. All the light gathered at the bottom of the spherical barrier, as if a second sun had appeared in the sky. Li Fengyuan opened his eyes, which were filled with light. Sky strike. The sky darkened, and an incomparably resplendent beam of light whizzed down, directly hitting the top of the Tongtian Ghost Tower. It was still under construction, and it was the biggest weakness of the Tongtian Ghost Tower. The light beam pierced through the layers of death chi and continued to descend. Rays of light shot out from the cracks of the ghost tower. The light shone in all directions. The white bones at the top were vaporized by the light, and the ghost tower was shaved off layer by layer. A corpse king that was thousands of feet tall stood at the top of the pagoda. Its reaction was slightly slower, and a large part of its body was cut off by the white light, falling straight to the bottom of the pagoda. The king of Southern Yu gazed at the magnificent sight through the porthole and sighed emotionally. It really is the holy land of the feathered people after all. Even the full-powered strike from the Silver Dragon King pales in comparison. It was said that the original flying dragon ship had been inspired by the city amongst the clouds. Now, it seemed that it was still far from that. The mutants are indeed magical. Your Majesty is too greedy. The winged men had existed for tens of thousands of years, but there was only one city amongst the clouds, and there were many more Dragon King warships. This attack seemed to have gathered the power of all the winged people in the world, and there were many who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. Of course they can't be compared. There were many great cultivators here. However, it would directly accuse the king of Southern Yu of being greedy. He was not from the Mist province, but the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the dauntless monk. The Tongtian Ghost Tower was built in Qingzhou, and it was the only remaining branch of the 3 great sects in Qingzhou. Naturally, he had to make a move. Otherwise, once the hungry ghost realm successfully invaded, the Chan monastery of Devanaga that had only just established its foundation would face a great calamity again. Even though the war between the Green Province and the Mist Province had already been reconciled, it was inevitable that they would still find each other to be an eyesore. This was probably the so-called discrimination due to geography. The king of Southern Yu smiled like a young man. Dauntless Abbot, may I ask where Chu Liking is? In other words, he was implying that the Azure Province was facing such a great calamity because he needed his help. The king of Chu is currently leading the way with the Banyan Tree King. The dauntless monk closed his eyes slightly and remained unfazed. The king of Chu he spoke of was little and she had indeed inherited the position of king of Chu from Chu Liking. However, he was mocking the king of Southern Yu for only being bold enough to hide far away in the sky. The ascendant cultivators all became irritated. There had never been a lot of benevolent cultivators from the Mist Province. The king of Southern Yu said, "Sigh, isn't fellow little and the enemy of Buddha?" The dauntless monk was speechless. All Buddhist disciples were absolutely irreconcilable enemies of Buddha. The intense conflict and disagreement between them were even greater than the living and the dead. However, there was nothing they could do about little and the threat from the hungry ghost realm was even more pressing. I've only heard about it in the past. I never thought Qingshan's adopted son would actually be so powerful. The unraging monk sighed aloud, resolving the awkward atmosphere. Since the king of Southern Yu had gained the upper hand, he did not press the issue. The phoenix is obviously extraordinary, and among the 7 great other folk, the feather folk represent young. Their power happens to counter these ghouls. With his assistance, our chances of victory have increased by 20% at the very least. It's a pity that Qingshan isn't here, or who knows how much higher our chances would be. The unraging monk said, perhaps he just happens to be able to make it. Let's hope that's the case. Everyone, prepare for battle. As he said that, an extremely thick aura of death surged up from the bottom of the sky-reaching ghost tower, stopping the pillar of light. The grassland that grew endlessly approached 5 kilometers away from the tower. The Banyan Tree King stood opposite the tower, within arm's reach. The Banyan Tree King's legs turned into roots again, digging deep into the earth before extending his arms. The dragon-like aerial roots were like blood vessels and muscles, swelling up even more. However, as soon as he approached the sky-reaching ghost tower, the green leaves on his arms all withered away, and the aerial roots rapidly shriveled up too. The laws of death of the hungry ghost realm invaded them, covering them with a layer of deathly gray. But compared to the mountain-sized arm, this was only a minor ailment. Crack! The whip tore through the air like a command. Wisps of black smoke and will-o'-the-wisps and thorns shot towards the Banyan Tree King's colossal body at the same time, all targeting the same location. Under the Ghost King Overseer's command, all of the Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings fired simultaneously. Hee, let's teach this damn tree a lesson. A streak of silver light shot out from the side, dispersing the volley of ghouls. The Silver Dragon King's figure appeared from behind the Banyan Tree King. All of the great cultivators appeared, gathering into a strand of spiritual chi that rushed into the air. They unleashed everything they had in their lives to attack the ghost tower. With a caw, a large yellow bird landed lightly on the Banyan Tree King's shoulder and let out a melodious cry. The cry was somewhat similar to Little Ant's chaotic soul bell, but it was filled with vigorous vitality and surging deathly aura. A large, colorful snake coiled around the tree, opened its bloody mouth, and shot out 2 streams of venom from its sharp teeth. It was blocked by a Corpse King's corpse wall and dissolved into a cloud of deathly aura. In an instant, a group of demons gathered, huge beasts circled around, and demonic chi surged. Between the sky-reaching ghost tower and the towering tree, light and shadows intertwined. They were only separated by 5 kilometers, but they were divided into 2 worlds. Between them, the laws of life and death clashed intensely. Both the living and the dead were unwilling to leave their own world and step into the other's world. Even the Banyan Tree King was rooted in the 9 provinces, his arms tightly grasping the sky-reaching ghost tower, pushing it with all his might. The white bones that formed the tower groaned. Some of the tiny bones fractured, rumbling like a world collapsing. However, the white bones that were as thick as mountains only twisted slightly. Clearly, that alone was not enough to make the tower topple over. Formation scrolls appeared one after another. They were the true backbone of the sky-reaching ghost tower. Someone had to venture in and destroy the structure of the ghost tower, and out of everyone present, only a single person could transcend life and death. Little Ant's 2 swords flew backwards like wings, stepping on the Banyan Tree King and rushing towards the ghost tower. Her figure seemed so insignificant, but it was still as vast as a firefly in the darkness. Once she moved, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Ghost King's supervisor barked, "She's here." Who said they can kill her? They'll definitely undergo the 4th heavenly tribulation. No, the 5th heavenly tribulation and become a sovereign. The Corpse King and Ghost King roared out. Right when the Dark Queen was about to follow, Little Ant's voice rang out in her ear, "Mother, stay further away." Even though the Dark Queen had spent many years with ghosts, she was still a living being in essence. She definitely would not be welcomed by the laws of death, let alone the fact that she was venturing deep into enemy territory. The Dark Queen's heart warmed up. She understood she was already much more powerful than herself, so she would only drag her down if she followed along. As a result, she halted her steps and controlled the void-bellied Ghost King to follow her, but she was also filled with worry. The Corpse King that had most of its body cut off fell into the gate of hungry ghosts and sank into the depths. It gathered the chi of death in a hurry to repair its body. Actually, he originally had the opportunity to dodge that strike, but the battle was far too dangerous. If it was a demigod that could control the laws of the world, then so be it. When the hungry ghost realm devoured worlds, it never cared about these tiny obstacles. What mattered was that woman called Little Ant. If legends came to an end so easily, they would not be legends anymore. He would be better off avoiding this battle. He sank straight into the very depths of the gate of hungry ghosts. Suddenly, the top and bottom reversed, and the familiar hungry ghost realm appeared before him again. Dark clouds that never dispersed enveloped the barren land, piling up layers upon layers of bones. However, before he could admire it, a black shadow enveloped him, strangling his body inch by inch. He was unable to fight back at all. "Emperor, I'm heavily injured. I can't fight anymore," the Corpse King called out, only to discover that there were many Ghost Kings and Corpse Kings in the surroundings. There were even a few Ghost Emperors, all of them staring at him, either viciously or coldly, but none of them had any intentions of entering the mouth of hungry ghosts to assist the Ghost Tower. He immediately understood that his judgment was correct. He was just bait, hanging on the hook, waiting for the fish to eat him. With the Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings as bait, the sky-reaching Ghost Tower as the hook, and the world of the 9 provinces as the water, he was fishing for a legendary fish. Who else could the person holding the pole be apart from Emperor? He said coldly, "How dare you play tricks like this on me?" "I didn't." Before he could even finish his sentence, the Corpse King's colossal body fell to pieces. The ghouls in the surroundings scrambled for food, like a pack of starving wild dogs. Only the Ghost Emperors did not move. Devouring the Corpse King no longer brought them much benefit. They were reluctant to embarrass themselves before Emperor. A Ghost Emperor asked respectfully, "Emperor, why don't you wait for the Fong of Hungry Ghosts to be completed and devour that world first?" The Fong of Hungry Ghosts, the true name of the sky-reaching Ghost Tower. The invaded world was like being pierced by the sharp teeth of a hungry ghost, unable to break free. Her strength is already close to ascension. Before the Fong of Hungry Ghosts is completed, there is no guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Compared to her, that world is nothing. You are not strong enough to hear the voice of the hungry ghost realm. What it wants to eat the most this time is not that world. I have never felt it so eager, not even when it was devouring the great world. This battle concerns the rise and fall of our mystic lineage. We must not let our guard down. Yes! Chapter 1258. Passing through the boundary between life and death, little Anne's body suddenly burst into flames, burning away all of her stunning beauty and skin. White bones appeared amidst the layers of flames. Forward! The Samadhi flame of white bone trailed behind it like a pale white meteor, shooting towards the heavenly Ghost Tower. Not only did he not feel any suppression when he entered the death domain, he even gained a hint of enlightenment about the cycle of life and death. Roar! The ghouls roared, and countless attacks came at her, covering the sky and covering the earth. There was no way to dodge. The reinforcements from the great cultivators and demon monarchs weren't slow either. The two forces clashed in midair, and spiritual light and shockwaves swept out in all directions. The color of blood circled around little Anne's body, drawing all of the shockwaves into the blood sea banner. It was instantly torn apart and could no longer be used. In a war of such scale, the power of an individual seemed so insignificant. Apart from existences like the Banyan Tree King who borrowed the power of the world, even she was in great danger. As they approached the sky-reaching Ghost Tower, Little Anne glanced down. The base of the tower sank deep into the gate of hungry ghosts. Layers upon layers of formations crisscrossed, forming the core of the Tong Tian Ghost Tower, which was located right on top of the gate of hungry ghosts. If one wanted to destroy this Tong Tian Ghost Tower, it was undoubtedly the easiest and fastest way to do it was from below. Although there was no lack of experts among these Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings, they were restrained by her power and could not stop her. The chaotic soul bell rang rapidly, and the sound of the bell was disorderly. The ghouls were thrown into confusion. However, she changed her mind and soared into the sky along with the outer tower. She chose to launch an attack from the top. That was where the weak point of the heavenly Ghost Tower was, and she also had the support of the city amongst the clouds. "Follow me to kill him." The Ghost King's supervisor roared. Dozens of Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings rushed to the top of the Ghost Tower. He no longer cared about the survival of the Ghost Pagoda and only wanted to kill her here. A strange echo came from the maw of the hungry ghost, and all the ghouls suddenly felt their auras grow stronger. At this moment, the will of the hungry ghost realm was undoubtedly revealed. The Banyan Tree King ordered, "Fellow Taoists, please destroy the tower with all your might." At such a close distance, no reinforcements could make it in time, except for him. Giving up on pushing the tower, one of his arms spread out into billions of aerial roots and attacked all the ghouls. Little and raised his arm, and the skull prayer beads scattered into skeleton demons. It landed on the ghost tower. Cackling strangely, he leaped about and blocked the ghouls. Flames flickered in her eye sockets as layers of white bones flashed in front of her, until he approached the dazzling white light. Just now, she stopped moving. He leapt towards the ghost tower and slashed down with his sword. Dang! The Buddha-slaying sword was deflected by a layer of black chi, unable to harm the pagoda in the slightest. The forsaken immortal sword spirit said disdainfully, "The destructive power of your broken sword is too weak. Just watch me." She waved the abandoned immortal sword, and the twisted and sharp sword light cut through the black light. It cut deeply into the white bone, leaving behind a deep wound. It was obvious that the abandoned immortal sword was more suitable for attacking than the Buddha-slaying sword. However, this scar was insignificant to the entire heavenly ghost tower and even to the white bone. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. However, the flames in her eye sockets lit up, and with a flash, she flew towards the scar. In the hollow interior of the ghost tower, the viscous aura of death was like pitch, constantly resisting and devouring the descending white light. As soon as she landed on the ghost tower, it suddenly all lunged towards her. This was the weakest part of the ghost tower, but it was also where all of its defenses were condensed. "Dark Moon!" The Dark Queen cried out. The aura of death was enough to contend against the entire city amongst the clouds. She could not help but clench her fist as a dark light flickered on her. A huge, pale green hand appeared in the air and enveloped Little, and countless aerial roots formed a barrier. The Banyan Tree King paid attention to her at all times. "Hurry up if you're going to do anything. I can't hold them off for too long." Little and gripped the Buddha-slaying sword firmly with both hands and stabbed it down hard at the white bones beneath her feet. The Banyan Tree King could sense the powerful will of the hungry ghost realm in the thick aura of death, devouring it almost hysterically. The huge hand rapidly withered and withered, forced to muster all of its strength to contend against it. The aerial roots slithered over like dragons and snakes. The Banyan Tree King even shrank slightly. However, the speed at which the aerial roots grew was still unable to keep up with the corrosion of the aura of death. They whistled through the gaps between the branches, landing on her shiny bones and immediately seeping in. In the blink of an eye, it dyed the white bones pitch black, wrapping around them layer by layer and extending all the way to the Buddha-slaying sword in her hand. All that remained were the two pale white specks of flames in her eye sockets, which also shrank before gradually being extinguished. The battlefield came to a halt. Both sides knew that she was crucial to this battle, so they could not help but look over. Little and felt neither joy nor sorrow, neither worry nor fear. All of her attention was concentrated on her hands. She did not even spare a single strand of power to resist the corrosion of the aura of death. The tip of the Buddha-slaying sword slowly pierced into the sky-reaching ghost tower like a sharp thorn. Compared to the wound caused by the abandoned immortal sword, this stab seemed even more insignificant. A wisp of flame surged out from the tip of the sword, sinking deep into the white bones beneath her feet. The Banyan Tree King's huge hand had completely festered. The aura of death flooded towards her, covering the sky and covering the earth. Within it, she could vaguely see countless blurry and distorted faces, all of them opening their large mouths. Little and pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. With a boom, pale white flames surged out from the sword scar, wrapping around her. It was not enough to resist the erosion of the aura of death. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames spread out continuously. The white bones that were thousands of feet long started burning and gradually melted in the flames. Immediately after, the two connected white bones also started burning. The sky-reaching ghost tower was like a bonfire that had been ignited by sparks. The raging flames burned away the thick aura of death. This sword. The soul of the abandoned immortal sword was also speechless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white light that shot out from the city amongst the clouds penetrated downward, illuminating the ghost tower. Meanwhile, the combined attacks of the cultivators and demon kings heavily injured the tree roots of the ghost tower and destroyed several dozen formations. The situation on the battlefield was reversed. They immediately gained the upper hand. Little Anne stood in the roaring flames. The blackness around her gradually faded as she stared down at the gate of hungry ghosts. The ghouls stared at the flames in fright, feeling an instinctive fear. They almost wanted to retreat into the gate of hungry ghosts. However, a tremendous presence suddenly rose up from the gate of hungry ghosts. Two specks of green light grew brighter and brighter, and a dragon's roar rang out, filled with brutality. A corpse dragon rushed out of the gate of hungry ghosts. "The king of Southern, you said? It's the body of a true dragon." The dragons were the most renowned and flourishing among all divine beasts. This world had once been ruled by the dragons, so they were born with strength and intelligence. Even if they died, it would still be a significant matter. Although the corpse dragon king was only at the third heavenly tribulation, its strength could not be compared to regular corpse kings. Afterwards, corpse kings and ghost kings emerged from the hungry ghost realm one after another. There were plenty of powerful and wondrous existences like the corpse dragon king. The reinforcements from the hungry ghost realm had arrived. However, the banyan tree king let out a sigh of relief inside. It would be far too strange if there were no reinforcements even now. However, a bitter battle was unavoidable. They had to destroy the core of the ghost tower as soon as possible so that they could use the power of the world to suppress and seal the gate of hungry ghosts. Chapter 1259. The corpse dragon king was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Just as it was about to raise its head and breathe, it was engulfed by the sea of flames. It panicked and circulated its corpse chi to defend, but a white figure passed by it. Little and fell straight down, avoiding the mountain-sized white bones. The chaotic soul bell rang hurriedly, and the celestial abandoned sword cut through the layers of obstacles, not entangling with any of the enemies. As he approached the gate of hungry ghosts, he suddenly felt a trace of unease. However, if he could not destroy the ghost tower and seal the gate of hungry ghosts as soon as possible, he would definitely lose this battle. Thus, he made up his mind and headed straight for the core of the ghost tower. However, more and more corpse kings and ghost kings stepped out of the gate of hungry ghosts, and more enemies blocked their way. The attacks of the cultivators and the monster kings were all blocked by the ghost tower, so it was difficult for them to help. Thus, she charged into the enemy's formation alone. Even though she was riding the momentum of the fire, she couldn't help but be injured again and again. Many cracks appeared on her bones. The banyan tree king knew that success or failure depended on this, so he lunged forward. Millions of roots penetrated the ghost tower and entangled the ghoul, opening a path for her. Little Anne finally got close to the core of the ghost tower. With the two swords in his hands, he crossed them and slashed down with all his might. All of a sudden, the core of the ghost pagoda shrunk into a single point, bursting forth with a deep and serene light, stopping the tip of the sword from advancing any further. Emperor Li's voice came from within. "The fish has taken the bait." As he spoke, the entire ghost pagoda began to collapse inwards. The gigantic white bones suddenly shrunk by 100 times, turning into a cage of white bones, trapping Little Anne within. Then, it rapidly fell down. "Not good. It's a trap." The banyan tree king sent billions of aerial roots towards the prison of bones, but the closer they got to the gate of hungry ghosts, the faster they withered. Furthermore, there were over 100 corpse ghouls, and all of them were kings who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. They had the geographical advantage and formed a formation that no roots could pass through. The flames in Little Anne's eye sockets gathered. He raised the abandoned immortal sword and the Buddha-slaying sword before slowly lowering them. It was impossible for the blade to cut through the white bones, so there was no need to try. Perhaps she had no chance of winning from the very beginning. She was alone. How could he go against the hungry ghost realm, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation? He looked up at the sparse stars through the gap in the cage. He silently said in his heart, "Qingshan, I'm sorry, I have to break my promise." The gate of hungry ghosts cracked open a little more, as if it couldn't wait to swallow her. Black Moon. The Dark Queen crossed her fingers and formed a seal. It emitted a faint purplish-blue light. Her figure was faintly discernible. It gradually became blurry, faint, and thin. Suddenly, it disappeared and reappeared in the white bone prison. In the dim light, Little Anne's figure gradually became clear, and she regained her stunning beauty. She was slightly stunned. "Mother!" The Dark Queen turned around and gazed at Little Anne in delight. Her lips parted, but not a single sound or thought could make it out of the cage of bones. "The King of Southern, you said? It's the Umbral Ean's sex displacement transposition. Bitch, you are also a disciple of the Black Moon sect. How dare you ruin my plans? I will torture your soul to the utmost, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Emperor Li's roar sounded from the gate of hungry ghosts. The Dark Queen lowered her head silently. Little Anne strode forward. The white bone prison hovered above the gate of hungry ghosts. Emperor Li said, "Do you want to save her? If you come to the hungry ghost realm, I'll release her." The Dark Queen waved her hand anxiously. Little Anne stopped, turned around, and took off. Suddenly, a golden meteor streaked across the sky and attacked her. She was in a daze, unable to dodge in time. The golden light struck her on the back, and with the sound of bones cracking, she fell out of the sky like a bird that had been struck by an arrow. The golden comet flew backwards and landed in the hands of an old monk. It was a wooden fish mallet. The old monk wore a pilot's hat and an embroidered kasaya. His long eyebrows were snow-white like frost, but his face was tender like an infant's. There were layers of light behind his head, and he shone with golden light. He descended from above slowly with boundless dignity. The dauntless monk exclaimed, "The imperial advisor of the left." As it turned out, the old monk was the leader of the Buddhist sects in the world, the abbot of the Lingwa Temple, the imperial advisor of the left of the Great Xia Empire. His authority was supreme, and his strength was supreme too. No one expected him to have been hiding in the shadows the entire time, only launching a sudden sneak attack at this moment. The unraging monk flew into a rage. He took a step forward and questioned, "Aren't you afraid of sullying the name of the imperial advisor of the left with such lowly actions?" The imperial advisor of the left's white eyebrows twitched. "To kill the enemy for the sake of the Buddha, why would I care about a mere reputation?" Unraging, "So be it if you're shielding a demon, but you're actually shielding the enemy of Buddha now? You've truly fallen too deeply into the demonic path. I'll punish you to the Lingwa Temple and reflect on your mistakes." His voice was flat, but it left no room for doubt, much less change it. All the children of Buddha in the world had to listen to his orders. The dauntless monk said, "My junior brother has spoken rudely, offending the imperial advisor. Please forgive him. The enemy of Buddha is absolutely irreconcilable with our Buddhist sects, but the hungry ghost realm is even more of a great problem. How can we attend to one and lose sight of the other?" The Lingwa Temple has its own plans regarding the matter of the hungry ghost realm. What this imperial advisor says may not be a golden rule, but there are very few that don't count. The imperial advisor of the left tossed the wooden fish. It swelled in the wind, and the crack widened, swallowing the unraging monk. "If you resist, your punishment will be doubled. Despicable wretch!" The unraging monk turned into a demon of war and sent the wooden fish flying with a punch. Little and landed in the lush vegetation. The fragrance of flowers rippled through the air, drifting through the night wind. She heard the banyan tree king's voice. "Little and the Lingwa Temple has already cast down an inescapable net. Many monk kings are hurrying over right now. The power of the hungry ghost realm is erupting. I can't suppress it anymore." Before he had even finished speaking, streaks of golden light leapt over the horizon, and the desolation rapidly spread across the grassland. In the blink of an eye, the vegetation around her had all withered, and countless flowers had withered. The banyan tree king no longer said anything. "The enemy of Buddha? Hee hee, monster. You can't exist in the two worlds of life and death, Buddhism, or demonic. Do you still want to struggle at death's door? If you come to the hungry ghost realm right now and accept your death, I can still save your mother's life. Otherwise, if she ends up in the hands of these bald donkeys, she'll still die a horrible death. Emperor Li was unwilling to let her go. He ordered the ghouls to surround her. The monster kings could not withstand the corrosion of the power of death, so they all retreated far away. The white camel sand king said, "I didn't believe in the bald donkey's tricks, but this is Pearl City's retribution." The great cultivators all retreated back into the silver dragon king. The king of Southern Yu frowned deeply, rather hesitant. One of the officials said, "Your Majesty, this child is heartless. She doesn't even care if her own mother suffers in her place, so why should we risk our lives for her? Why don't we quickly get out of here and let the bald donkeys think of a way to deal with those dead ghosts?" The king of Southern Yu let out a long sigh. The silver dragon king turned towards the south, taking off through the air. Only the dauntless monk was left with no idea how to stop the unraging monk's fury. He glanced at her from time to time, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. The enemy of Buddha was still the enemy of Buddha after all. The forsaken immortal sword said, "My beloved master, don't be sad. I will not abandon you like those fellows. I will do my best to protect you. However, in this situation, I have no other choice. It would be better for me to cut my own throat to avoid being humiliated in vain. You know how sharp I am, there will be no pain." She lay on the wasteland, her ethereal eyes reflecting the endless starry sky. Chapter 1260. Li Fengyuan ordered loudly, "Go and save her." However, the radiance that enveloped the city amongst the clouds gradually dimmed. The winged people beside him all had cold expressions as they retracted their powers. Although Li Fengyuan could control the city amongst the clouds, he needed the cooperation of all the winged people to unleash its true power. He said angrily, "Are you rebelling? My king, you asked us to deal with the hungry ghost realm. We have already done it. Please stop." "Fine, if you are not willing to help me, I will do it myself." Li Fengyuan sneered as he controlled the city amongst the clouds to descend. "You are risking the entire winged people. Even if you save her, neither the Lingua Temple nor the hungry ghost realm will let this go. As the king of the winged people, do you only care about her and not care about the life and death of all the winged people in the city?" Li Fengyuan's heart trembled. Familiar faces appeared in his mind, and there were many children among them. To him, the two words winged person were no longer just a noun, but many fresh lives. Although he had been influenced by Li Qingshan since birth, he was still a benevolent phoenix. How could he abandon them so easily? "The city of winged people will stay here. I will go down myself. Is that fine?" Li Fengyuan was about to leave when a winged person pulled his sleeve. "You are throwing your life away. Furthermore, the winged people cannot be without a king." All the winged people said, "My king, please reconsider." Unknowingly, not only did he have a winged person in his heart, but the winged people also had him in their hearts. Benevolence could always gather people's hearts. And heartless people. But they were destined to be lonely. Boom! The golden meteor landed and created a huge crater in the wasteland, showing the terrifying power of this attack. However, there was no one in the crater. Buddha's light shone through the sky. There were more than 20 monk kings. The left master had not only gathered all the monk kings of the Lingua Temple, but also the monk kings of all the major sects and temples in the world to kill the enemy of Buddha. Even if she could avoid this attack, how could she resist such a great force with her heavily injured body? However, the left master did not continue to attack because she staggered toward the hungry ghost gate. The world of death rejected all living beings. It also especially rejected Buddhists. "Left master, should we give chase?" "There's no need. She'll die no matter where she goes." The left master put away his wooden fish hammer and stared at her. The ghouls were like vicious dogs fighting for food, gathering all their strength. They fought to be the first to pounce forward. They could all sense the powerful will of the hungry ghost realm. If he could personally end this legend for the hungry ghost realm, he would definitely obtain endless benefits, and breaking through to the fourth heavenly tribulation would also be a piece of cake. Smart choice. Let her come over. Emperor Li's words dispelled the dreams of the ghouls. After plotting for so long, how could he allow others to benefit him? The zombie dragon king pounced ferociously at Little and each of its ferocious, crisscross teeth was 100 times bigger than her body. The zombie dragon king stopped right in front of Little and phosphorescence spewed out of its nostrils, but it didn't dare to bite down. This was the rule of the hungry ghost realm. Fighting over food with a superior was definitely not a smart choice. Little and walked past the mountain like ghouls. Fresh blood soaked his white robes and dripped onto the ground, creating sparks. She approached the gate of hungry ghosts under the heavy encirclement and raised her head to look at the Dark Queen in the cage of bones. The Dark Queen gripped the bones firmly. Her expression was filled with sorrow and despair. Xianwei. Mother, wait for me. Little and said silently. With a wave of her hand, her long hair drifted into the air, and a handful of black balls scattered into the surroundings. The zombie dragon king stared at a black ball that flew towards him and suddenly felt intense fear. He wanted to pull back and retreat. Boom! More than 30 small black balls exploded at the same time, turning into balls of red light that were condensed with terrifying power. Then, they rapidly expanded, each of them shooting out tens of thousands of rays of red light. The rays of light interweaved together, turning into a gigantic red light ball that swallowed everything with her as the center. The ground shook violently, kicking up a wave of earth several hundred meters tall, reaching several hundred kilometers away. The waves of air were like several dozen storms stacked on top of each other, dancing wildly in the surroundings. The monk kings halted in the air far away, unable to stabilize themselves. Booms rang out in their ears, leaving them dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. As for the ghouls, they bore the brunt of the attack. Their tight encirclement instead became a fatal blow. They were blasted to pieces one by one, their souls dispersed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but it felt like a very long time had passed. A mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, and a huge pit that spanned 100 kilometers appeared where it had been. Bang! The zombie dragon king's cracked head fell to the ground. Its soul flame had already been extinguished. Several dozen corpse kings and ghost kings died on the spot, while the remaining ones were all injured. Like startled birds, they flew around the pit, afraid to approach it. It's the landmine balls of the school of Moism. The imperial advisor of the left frowned heavily. He recognized the origins of the black balls with a single glance. Only great grandmasters of Moism could refine these balls of lightning. They were extremely difficult to refine and difficult to control, so they could not be used in battle. They could only be used to attack cities and formations. However, every single one of them possessed the might of a mountain that could annihilate mountains. They pursued the ultimate destructive power. He wondered how she had managed to collect so many of them. However, the dauntless monk vaguely recalled that when Li Qingshan killed the master of the Sword Collection Palace, he had obtained many of these balls of lightning. Originally, the Sword Collection Palace had planned on using them to bombard the Demon Suppression Hall, but he never thought they would be used here in the end. They had basically died together. She sighed inside. After all, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was indebted to her and Li Qingshan. If she were not the enemy of Buddha, perhaps she would have inherited the position of abbot already. The imperial advisor of the left said, "These balls of lightning don't differentiate between friend and foe. The enemy of Buddha is at the center, so he must be heavily injured. We have to use this opportunity to kill the enemy of Buddha, or he'll definitely become a great problem in the future." "Yes," the monk king answered. The dauntless monk said, "Imperial advisor, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Why don't you send some people to seal up the gate of hungry ghosts and rid the world of a great problem?" The imperial advisor of the left hesitated slightly. The hungry ghost realm was indeed a great problem. Roar! A hysterical roar rang out from the gate of hungry ghosts. Emperor Li was clearly utterly furious. Not only had he failed after all his planning and preparations, but he even suffered heavy losses instead. Deathly aura surged out from the gate of hungry ghosts. The tear expanded like a great mouth roaring at the sky. The wasteland of death expanded rapidly until it approached the boundary of the Mist province. The clear sky was shrouded by dark clouds again, and they became even thicker. In the vast sea of trees, the banyan tree king watched this happen. He knew this was not just Emperor Li's power. The size of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts was the result of the final balance between the two worlds. Even if the ghost tower constantly rose, it would only expand the wasteland of death. This was the expansion of the hungry ghost realm. It was eager to devour this world and devour her. The destruction of the world seemed to be unavoidable. The imperial advisor of the left said, "Ignore these ghouls for now. We have to find her." With the power of a god, the banyan tree king slowly sent his consciousness underground, but he gave up again. "Little, and I don't want to become enemies with you. That goes against my agreement with Qing Shan. But I can't become friends with you either, as I know what you're going to do." Under the scouring of the deathly aura, the Dark Queen's body rapidly withered. She was dying. Chapter 1261. Li Qingshan clutched his chest. He felt a tightness in his heart, and his ears were buzzing. "Qingshan, don't get distracted. Ha ha, we are doomed. Our voyage ends here." Gu Yanying's urging and Luo Ho Xiaoming's wild laughter pulled Li Qingshan's consciousness back. He found himself in a dangerous situation. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by the moment of being swallowed by the space-devouring beast, but he would never have such a strong reaction because of danger. Little N. The inside of the space-devouring beast was as quiet as the void. Countless fragments of the world floated quietly, including the mountain that just now had been swallowed. Li Qingshan felt as if he had entered a different world. He no longer had to drift in the void, and this gave him an indescribable sense of security. However, the danger of death didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger. These two feelings intertwined and formed an extremely strange mental state. He held his breath and clenched the living soil of the Nine Heaven, as if something terrible was about to happen. Kunping folded its wings as well, shielding Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming, watching everything around. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't stop laughing. He laughed at fate, laughed at himself, until Li Qingshan slapped him on the back of his head. He turned around and glared at Li Qingshan. Looking into a pair of dark eyes, there was fear and despair in those eyes, but it wasn't enough to shake his strong will. Gu Yanning laughed and said, "Little Ming, you've been beaten again, haven't you? While you're laughing, please think of a way to help us get out of this." "These two." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "I'm sorry, I can't do it either." He had already said the last word, but it seemed to have shrunk countless times. It wasn't that his voice had been lowered, but his sense of existence had been greatly reduced. Li Qingshan watched a mountain suddenly disappear. When he looked closer, he found that the mountain didn't disappear. Instead, it shrank to the size of a fist and flew away, guided by an invisible force. Kunpeng suddenly shrank by 10 times. Gu Yanning said, "I didn't do it. The space-devouring beast is digesting us." The space-devouring beast dared to swallow them, so it naturally had the ability to digest them. This compression, like the wriggling of the stomach, it could destroy everything. If it were not for Kunpeng's protection, Rahu and Xiaoming would be dead for sure. Even Li Qingshan might have died on the spot. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Do you understand now? Soon, we will be crushed into meat paste." "No. Meat paste." Li Qingshan said, "I don't like either of them." "I dawn." Kunpeng spread its wings and flew. The Kunpeng spread its wings and flew in the opposite direction of the mountain. Li Qingshan leaned against the Kunpeng's back. Luo Ho Xiaoming glanced at him. Suddenly, he thought of another man, the man he thought he had forgotten. "Father, am I still weak?" It felt like a million years. Or maybe it was just a pause between one heartbeat. Li Qingshan had a flash of inspiration. "It's coming." Earth force field was fully activated. In that instant, it was soundless, but it felt like the world was collapsing. Kunpeng's body shrank again. Its wingspan was less than 100 miles. Li Qingshan seemed to have been punched. His face turned red, but his expression became more stubborn. He turned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Nine Heaven living soil was his divine tool. Not only did it provide him with endless power, it could also greatly increase the power of the ox demon god Art. But it was not his own power. Just now, he had almost used up all his demon chi. He could only replenish it from this small world. The forceful compression of the earth force field produced a violent backlash. It was supported by the phoenix's life force. Luo Ho Xiaoming, on the other hand, was unharmed. Yenying, shrink your body. Come into the earth force field. Gu Yenying was worried. But can you hold on? You have to let Kuan Peng conserve its power, said Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said. Even if he could not escape death, he had to be the toughest bone to digest. Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly thought of something. He suddenly said, stop. Turn around. What? The body of the swallowing void beasts is not that easy to break. Even if we manage to escape, we will still be hunted down. We have to go deeper into the swallowing void beasts and fight for our lives. Makes sense. That's more like it. Li Qingshan smiled and patted Luo Ho Xiaoming's shoulder. The mental communication was completed in an instant. Kuan Peng shrank its body without hesitation, turned around, and flew at full speed. She used all her strength, but the speed of flying was still not as fast as in the void. She said, Qingshan, hold on. In a moment, Li Qingshan suffered 2 more heavy pressures. His tall and sturdy body shrank. His internal organs were all ruptured. His brain was a mess, and his indestructible tiger bones were full of cracks. He half-knelt on Kuan Peng's back with his head lowered. His body was covered in blood, but he did not move. He silently counted the coming of the next heavy pressure. This would probably be the last time. However, the heavy pressure did not come. Kuan Peng passed through an invisible barrier. Li Qingshan raised his head and asked, did we succeed? He could vaguely see many twinkling stars in front of him. Could it be that he had returned to the void? Luo Ho Xiaoming answered, yes, almost succeeded. We have already left the stomach of the swallowing void beast. This is probably its womb. Those are just embryonic swallowing void beasts. Li Qingshan's broken eyes recovered, and his eyesight became clear again. He saw tens of thousands of baby swallowing void beasts huddled together. Their eyes were glowing, if they were eyes. You call these baby swallowing void beasts. These bloody things were all strange. None of them looked like their mother, and none of them could be counted as baby. Gu Yenying gave a bitter smile and said, they are so small. I don't think they are aggressive yet. While she was talking, all baby swallowing void beasts moved, approaching them. I guess these little things are not here to greet us. Li Qingshan curved his mouth corners. This scene was like a nightmare of countless swallowing void beasts, which seemed a bit ridiculous. The group of swallowing void beasts approached quickly. If they retreated, they would be digested. If they advanced, they would be eaten. Gu Yenying said, Oi, you 2 men, think of something. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, thank you, but I'm just a child. Li Qingshan gazed at the incoming group of swallowing void beasts. Little Ming, I think you said that the swallowing void beasts turned into worlds. Yeah. I just happen to have a world. In other words, I have a swallowing void beast. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes lit up. That's right. All of you, close your eyes. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming both closed their eyes. Kuan Peng closed his eyes as well. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and unleashed the spirit turtle's ability, Water Mirror's image. Little Ant's figure appeared in his mind. She seemed to be in both pain and sorrow. Afterwards, she closed her eyes as well. God bless us. Chapter 1262. In the small world, time flowed by and the sun and moon passed by. Regardless of whether there was a god or not, the world was the same from start to finish. It operated according to its own set rules, which was called destiny. From a certain perspective, the world was like a lazy master. It was indifferent to the various matters of the house, and the slightest carelessness would cause the world to change. Only when a thief entered the house would it react slightly. It was almost instinctive, similar to how the space-devouring beasts digested their food. The existence of a god was equivalent to an autocratic butler who could act on behalf of the master. Li Qingshan had been a thief, and after many hardships, he had finally become a butler. When he satisfied the most primitive desire of this lazy master with a large number of world fragments, mountains, and land, he had obtained the master's approval. In other words, he had obtained the destiny. Normally, as a butler, Li Qingshan could do whatever he wanted as long as he had enough power. He would not care about what the lazy master thought. It would be best if the master did not have any thoughts at all, so that he could control the destiny of the world. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to awaken the world will. However, he did not have much confidence in his success. Whether the world will could traverse such a long distance through the moon's mirror and deceive the group of void-devouring beasts like other things was still unknown. Success or failure depended on this. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. The space-devouring beasts were swimming around them, as if wondering why their food had suddenly disappeared. Success? Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming could not believe it. Li Qingshan did not reply. He could feel the vast and empty world well with him. If that was all, it would be fine. What was even more amazing was that a deep blue bubble that looked like a spore was rapidly expanding. It enveloped them and gave them a deep and peaceful feeling. It was as if they had returned to the small world. However, the texture of this blue bubble was very similar to the surrounding space-devouring beasts. In other words, it was a space-devouring beast. As it grew larger, it grew a long tail. It swayed gently. It looked like a tadpole. The space-devouring beasts completely lost interest and gradually dispersed. What's going on? Luo Ho Xiaoming was also shocked. Even with his knowledge and experience as a god, he had never heard of such a thing. This, Li Qingshan couldn't answer either. His original plan was to use the world will to bluff his way through. This was to prevent the void-devouring beasts from treating them as food. Who would have thought that a true void-devouring beast would be born? Gu Yenying guessed, could this be the original form of the small world? But why would it appear here? Was it because this was the womb of the void-devouring beast? Could this be a clone of the small world? Qingshan, how is the small world? Are there any changes? Li Qingshan shrugged. Everything is normal. Maybe it's to buy a house and give a pet as a gift. All right, we've escaped another calamity. Luo Ho Xiaoming heaved a sigh of relief. This probably involved the most fundamental laws of the 3,000 worlds and the boundless void, and there were too many coincidences. Perhaps only the gods of the 9 heavens could give an answer, or even the gods of the 9 heavens would sigh. After all, there were very few world gods. After becoming a god, they would be forever trapped in a world, unable to travel in the void. Not many cultivators would travel to the void either. If they had the ability, they would not be devoured by the void-devouring beasts, nor would they enter the womb of the void-devouring beasts. The probability of each of these events happening was extremely low, and it was practically impossible for all of them to happen together. As they spoke, the void-devouring beast stopped growing, and its length reached 30,000 zhang. Gu Yenying said, Qingshan, can you control this little void-devouring beast? Once it grows up, it won't swallow us first, will it? It can't be considered absolute control, but I can indeed control it. Li Qingshan sensed for a moment. As a world god, he could act in place of the world will. That's good. All right, this is what it means to be blessed after surviving a great disaster. Yenying, put away your kunping feathers. Let's try out our new ride. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let's go, Deep Blue Fatty. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, wait, Deep Blue Fatty is... The void-devouring beast swayed its tail and swam forward. The corner of Luo Ho Xiaoming's eye twitched. Why? Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly, there has to be a name, so you know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, we'll be facing a group of little void-devouring beasts in the stomach of a big void-devouring beast. Luo Ho Xiaoming pursed his lips and nodded. All right, I know the answer, but why do you have to call it such a stupid name? Because it's dark blue, likes to eat, and is very fat. Don't you think this name? Luo Ho Xiaoming raised his hand. All right, pretend I didn't ask. Thus, the three of them rode little Fatty through the huge womb of the void-devouring beast. Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide and looked around, observing the shape of every void-devouring beast. It was as if he was touring the underwater world in his previous life. Gu Yenying said, "Qingshan, can your new pet teleport us out?" Li Qingshan replied without turning his head, "Why do we have to go out? Aren't we going to kill this void-devouring beast? There's no other way. Killing such a huge void-devouring beast is probably not an easy task. Who knows if there are any dangers ahead? Why don't we think of a way to return to the void? The void-devouring beasts shouldn't attack their own kind." Yes, the void-devouring beasts shouldn't attack their own kind, Li Qingshan mumbled to himself. He then asked, "What do you think, little Ming?" "Of course. Otherwise, with the power of the void-devouring beasts, who knows how many worlds would be devoured?" "Then I'm relieved." Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Deep Blue Little Fatty suddenly pounced toward a nearby void-devouring beast covered in tentacles. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on one of the tentacles. "What are you doing?" Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming were both shocked. That void-devouring beast was more than 10 times bigger than Deep Blue Little Fatty. This was practically a suicide attack. Li Qingshan laughed. "I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge. Watch me kill its entire family first." Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming both tensed up. Although the void-devouring beasts wouldn't attack their own kind, no one knew what would happen if they were attacked by their own kind. If they angered the void-devouring beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected, the void-devouring beast didn't retaliate. It just wandered away. Meanwhile, Deep Blue Little Fatty devoured the broken tentacles and grew stronger bit by bit. Although it was being controlled by Li Qingshan to attack its own kind, it didn't show any signs of objecting. It continued to eat with relish. Li Qingshan could feel the favor of heaven's will more and more. When it's worth fighting, we should fight. Otherwise, there will come a day when we won't be able to fight even if we want to. Chapter 1263. The three of them were not lacking in courage. They dared to fight at the critical moment. If they had a powerful space-swallowing beast to protect them, their journey would be much smoother. And it turned out that Li Qingshan had one. The terrifying group of space-swallowing beasts had become harmless now. They could only dodge Deep Blue Fatty's attacks. Moreover, they did not learn their lesson. They would stop after running for a while. Deep Blue Fatty was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. It bit here and there, slowly growing from a small wolf to a vicious wolf. The other space-swallowing beasts could not resist. Devour, devour, devour. One space-swallowing beast after another disappeared into its mouth. However, it did not grow as fast as expected. Sometimes, after a period of digestion, it would become smaller. Li Qingshan discovered the reason. The miniature world on the horizon rapidly grew larger as well. Perhaps it could no longer be referred to as a miniature world anymore. It was a miniature world at the very least. That was where Deep Blue Little Fatty's original body resided. He was becoming more and more worthy of his title as the god of the world. It could be said that he could destroy mountains with a single thought. After a life-and-death ordeal, he finally had the time to focus on the small world. Many ships set out to sea in search of the power of the Hero King. Countless people perished in the sea, but there were also many lucky ones who obtained unprecedented power and ran amok on the sea. Literature plus this attracted more people to the sea. For a time, dragons and snakes rose, and heroes came forth. Every day, there were battles and killings, and every day, there were new legends. The martial arts that had passed away seemed to have returned, becoming even more turbulent. Everyone in the world believed that this was the will of the Hero King. After all, such a world was more interesting. The strict rule of the past was all the work of the World Society's leader, Gu Yenying. It did not suit the old man's true preferences. However, the World Society naturally would not give up on the rule of the world. The Hero King's sons became the pioneers of this adventure. Li Guanyan brought Big Turtle Ninja to establish his base on the sea. He directed the Xuanxu Hall to the spiritual islands, trying to restore order to the chaotic sea. With the advantage of his innate bloodline, he traveled through the raging waves. He was called the Sea King. When the world became bigger and bigger, as the spirit chi became denser, The birds in the sky and the fish in the deep sea all had more possibilities. The White Ape King and the Phantom Dancer were no longer coincidental. The demon race was on the rise. In front of me, the governor of the Eastern Sea. The World Assembly was nothing. The Hero King is nothing. A big ship was floating on the sea. The deck was bustling with noise, as if a wild celebration was taking place. The captain's drunken ramblings caused the deck to fall silent. The name of the chivalrous king was deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, no one dared to oppose the cruel governor of the East Sea. Bah, what a big idiot. There was a man tied to the mast. His tan skin was riddled with scars, but he didn't seem to care at all. The Eastern Sea governor flew into a rage. Chop off his hands and feet and immediately sink him into the sea. No, I'll do it myself. With a sinister smile, he walked over and brandished the treasured saber he had just obtained. Puff! The Navy admiral was crushed to death on the deck like a bug. Flesh and blood covered the floor, and the treasured sword was stuck in the middle. Oh! The deck was in a state of panic. The desperados who usually licked blood on the edge of their blades were now screaming like girls. The man froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. This caused the pirates to gradually come to their senses. They surrounded the Navy admiral with malicious intentions, ready to carry out the Navy admiral's last wish. The man said, "You can kill me, or you can let me be the captain. Otherwise, with your meager cultivation, you won't be able to protect anything in the cabin." The pirates looked at each other. They had never seen such a shameless person. However, this man's swordsmanship was superb, and he had almost cultivated the white ape sword technique to the extreme. In terms of strength, he was above the dead governor of the East Sea. Once he was let go, no one would be able to control him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let's kill him first, then we'll find a remote dock to divide our things and disperse. The man's expression did not change. Don't forget how that idiotic governor died. Xiang Tian glanced at him. The knight-errant king has already remembered this ship. If not for me, his son, all of you would have sunk into the sea. You're the son of the knight-errant king? The pirates were shocked. They were all big shots. Illegitimate child. Sorry, old man Wu. Although you're not my biological father, I treat you like one in my heart. The pirates hesitated. There were many people in the world who claimed to be the illegitimate child of the knight-errant king, but just now, they did not dare to doubt him. Don't worry, not only do I not hold a grudge, I'm also loyal and trustworthy. I'm much better than that idiotic governor. After some argument, no one dared to make a move. They untied the man and unsealed his acupoints. He stretched his body and shouted, "Remember, my name is Wu Taizan." Wu as in Wu Huan, Tai as in Tai Dan, and Shan as in Qing Shan. Who hit me just now? Crawl over here. A pirate said, "Hey, your surname is not Li?" Wu Taizan grabbed him and spat on his face. "I took my stepfather's surname, can't I?" After beating up the pirates, he glanced at the pool of blood and flesh and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Knight-errant king, please protect me." He went to the cabin and stared at the statue of a woman. He had an inexplicable feeling that the woman would come back to life at any moment. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Where is this?" "Qing Shan, now is not the time to watch a show." Gu Yening's voice pulled Li Qingshan back to reality. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. In an instant, he had seen through Wu Tieshan's life. He did not expect to meet him once. The child from back then had already grown up. It was a great blessing to be able to obtain this statue. At this moment, Deep Blue Fatty was almost done eating. His body had already surpassed the smaller void-swallowing beasts. Now, he pounced on one and devoured the remaining void-swallowing beasts in no time. After Li Qingshan told him about the changes in the small world, he felt like his body was filled with spiritual qi. "You're really lucky." Luo Ho Xiaoming sighed. This was a world that could devour other worlds. If it continued to devour like this, would it devour the entire starry sky? When that happened, how big would this small world be? Of course, but is it appropriate for a natural-born god to praise others for being blessed? Li Qingshan smiled. He would not be arrogant enough to think that all of this was due to his own hard work, nor would he forget the fated encounter and the majestic back view. He only needed a heir to complete the inheritance. There was no need for an ignorant youth to ride on his back. It wasn't to repay any kindness, but to prove that you weren't wrong about him. Chapter 1264. Under Li Qingshan's hot-blooded and inexplicable command, Deep Blue Fatty rushed out of the womb and returned to the huge stomach of the big swallowing beast. Of course, this was a far-fetched description. The big swallowing beast was fundamentally different from ordinary creatures. Rather than saying that the stomach occupied most of its body, it was more accurate to say that everything in its body was in the stomach, which Luo Ho Xiaoming described as empty. Deep Blue Fatty's body suddenly shrank, but after the invisible pressure disappeared, it immediately returned to its original size and shape. Under Li Qingshan's will, it waved its long tail and swam into the depths of the stomach. It passed through a few more strange areas, but none of them posed a threat. Suddenly, a star appeared in the darkness, flickering with colorful light. "What is that?" Li Qingshan was surprised. In this deep darkness, everything could be seen clearly, but that star seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It clearly only had 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue, but he felt that he had never seen anything so resplendent. Every color was changing: crimson, dark red, blood red, orange, bright yellow, light yellow, azure, light blue, deep blue. There were so many that it could not be described with words. The 3 colors intertwined with each other, and it was ever-changing, containing all the colors in the world. As they drew closer and closer to the star, Li Qingshan also understood why the star was twinkling. Other than these 3 colors, there was also a colorless aura surging around the star. Every time the aura blew, the star would twinkle, and its shape and color would change subtly. So beautiful! Gu Yenying was also mesmerized by it, like a normal girl looking at a piece of jewelry. And it was a piece of jewelry from all over the world. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "It's the world." Li Qingshan understood. Earth, fire, wind, and water. So this is the original appearance of the world. It must be the heart of this big swallowing beast. As they got closer, the star became bigger, and its brilliance became more dazzling. The heavy ground, the blazing fire, the raging wind, and the deep water all intertwined to form a magnificent scene. Even though they already knew that the big swallowing beast could nurture a world, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The majestic power contained within it was enough to move anyone. Perhaps after millions of years, all of this would transform into a new world. Another new star would appear in the void. Then, countless living beings began to multiply. It transformed into endless love and hatred, sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. Luo Ho Xiaoming's knowledge was far above that of Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, but looking at the scene, he could not help but think of the worlds that he had destroyed with his own hands, and for a moment, he was also speechless. And he noticed. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying both entered the state of enlightenment. He didn't want to disturb her. Seeing the origin of the world with his own eyes. Such an opportunity was extremely rare even for him, and it was even more so for them. The word Tao comprehension contained endless profundities. The reason was simple. Just like how mortals would feel the abstract concept of life, when they saw a newborn baby, they would feel deeply moved and perhaps change their words and actions. If mortals wanted to achieve something, they would need a lot of experience, let alone cultivators. The essence of cultivation was to seek truth and change. First, there must be a change in thinking, then there would be a change in cultivation. But for cultivators, such opportunities were increasingly rare. After seeing too much of life and death, there would not be any great enlightenment, and it would often take a long time to accumulate. If the accumulation was insufficient, there would be a bottleneck, and one's cultivation would not be able to advance. Sometimes, what one thought could surpass thousands of years of cultivation. That was why cultivators with high enlightenment had such a great advantage. Seeing a falling leaf and knowing the world was in autumn was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. And those monstrous geniuses who could understand the rules of the movement of all things and stars when they saw an apple fall to the ground were things that ordinary people could not even dream of. Although it was not impossible to make up for, it would take 100 times the effort and hard work. For this one thought, the three of them had experienced a great risk. Only at this moment did they truly obtain a reward that belonged to them. No matter how big the world was, no matter how strong little Fatty was, they were all external forces that could be borrowed, but not relied on. Only enlightenment and cultivation belonged to oneself. After who knew how long, Gu Yenying returned to her senses. Her body and mind seemed to have gone through a baptism. She felt like she had become more and more integrated with the Kuan-Ping feather. Even without the Kuan-Ping feather, undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation would no longer be difficult. It was not just because of what she saw, but because the cultivators of the 9 provinces had never even heard of this journey since they left the 9 provinces. She could not help but become more and more certain of her own path. She wanted to fly higher and further, see more and obtain true freedom. Looking back at Li Qingshan, she saw that he remained motionless. 2 stars condensed from earth, fire, wind, and water were reflected in his eyes. She knew that his comprehension and gains were greater than hers, so she watched over him quietly. However, what Li Qingshan saw was not just the existence of earth, fire, wind, and water. There was also the existence of emptiness. Without emptiness, the earth, fire, wind, and water could not be condensed. Without the earth, fire, wind, and water, emptiness would be meaningless. The earth, fire, wind, and water just happened to correspond to the 4 transformations he balanced: the ox demon transformation, the phoenix transformation, the tiger demon transformation, and the spirit turtle transformation. This was no coincidence. Instead, it was the foundation laid down by the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. How grand was it to construct a world within one's body? Presumably, only by imitating the way the world was born and operated could he balance these extremely pure powers. In the battle against the Demon King in the Azura field back then, he had relied on controlling the earth, fire, wind, and water to turn defeat into victory. However, ever since then, the demon suppression statuary was deeply suppressed. When he comprehended the ape demon transformation, the balance was broken again. At this moment, he saw a brand new balance. Now that he thought about it, the main reason why he could balance the earth, fire, wind, and water was because he was in the Azura field. The Azura field was his emptiness. Once he left the Azura field, his powers would be drawn in by everything. The extremely subtle balance would no longer exist. All that remained was a general balance. At this moment, he saw an opportunity. The ape demon transformation just happened to represent emptiness. I understand now. When I cultivated the first 4 transformations, the balance was established. From then on, what I needed to balance was no longer the divine and demonic natures. Instead, I needed to construct a world within my body. The ape demon transformation is not a disruptor that disrupts the balance between the divine and the demonic. Instead, it is an indispensable power that allows this world to truly be established. With that in mind, Li Qingshan broke through to the 2nd layer of the ape demon transformation. Originally, he was worried that any slight improvement in his cultivation would attract the 4th heavenly tribulation, but he was no longer afraid now. Waves of power seeped out of his body. His aura weakened instead, but his power became even more condensed. The value of a sword forged from scrap metal was nowhere near the 3-foot-long blade. It could perhaps be used to smash people in battle, but if he wanted to improve it further, he would have to refine it again and again. He powered the spirit turtle transformation with all his might, deriving the embryonic form of the world before him. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, deriving it out of thin air, this was an almost impossible task. Now that he could see it, and he had also comprehended the operating laws of the minor world, things could not be simpler. After he finished deriving it, a model formed in his mind. He began to imitate it. First, he compressed and reorganized all the power in his body. Then, he constructed it in a better manner. If he transformed into his demonic form right now, his figure would definitely constantly shrink. No, it still won't work. The ape demon transformation is too weak. Emptiness can't accommodate earth, fire, wind, water, unless I also raise the ape demon transformation to the 5th layer. However, the 1st and 2nd layers are still fine, but towards the end, the power will start to increase explosively, and the 4th heavenly tribulation will definitely descend. Li Qingshan frowned and pondered. Soon, he had an idea. Please protect me. Okay. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming both had a serious look on their faces. Their paths were the same, and their lives were entrusted to each other. Protecting him was just a small matter. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and his body ignited in flames. One could vaguely see a phoenix dancing in the flames. Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the ashes. This was the first time Li Qingshan had actively used Phoenix Nirvana. In the past, he had been beaten to death by others, and he had no choice but to undergo Nirvana rebirth. This time, it felt very different. He was in the best state he had ever been, whether it was his body or his spirit. Moreover, there was a world providing him with spiritual power. After Nirvana, he was reborn. Before his strength began to recover, he established a new balance with all his might. When the ox demon did not move, the tiger demon leaped. The spirit turtle dove and the phoenix danced. The ape demon spread its chest, and its arms constantly extended, embracing everything. With a boom, the demon core exploded, and a world was born in his body. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This world was so tiny. Although it was only in its most primitive form, it had all 5 organs. The 5 organs were earth, fire, wind, water, and space. However, his aura had become much weaker. That was because he had suppressed the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix to the 2nd layer. The initial transformations of the 9 transformations of the demons and gods were very weak. With these 2 basic cultivation levels, it would not be strange for his strength to fall back to the demon general realm. At most, he would be a demon commander. However, he was clearly still a demon king right now. If Deep Blue Little Fatty risking his life to devour the void-devouring beasts was a gamble, then he was a steam engine turning into a reactor. He had undergone a qualitative change. Next, he could continue cultivating the ape demon transformation. This was not difficult for him. Once he reached the 5th layer, the power of the other transformations would be completely restored. By then, he would possess unprecedented power. It was almost equivalent to going through 4 heavenly tribulations. The most amazing thing was that according to his calculations, he would still not attract 4 heavenly tribulations by then. He would still be a demon king, and he would be able to return to the 9 provinces and reunite with Little N. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method is this? Luo Ho and Little Ming were shocked. This wasn't an aura that a fiend king could possess at all. Ordinary cultivators often had to rely on crossing tribulation in order to produce this kind of transformation. How could they jump up from where they were and immediately fly away? The 9 transformations of the demons and gods. Li Qingshan revealed the truth out of trust and confidence. He also wanted to understand the relevant information from Luo Ho Xiaoming. Brother Niu was not a nobody. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought for a while and shook his head. I've never heard of it. Such a cultivation method should not be unknown. Then, it could only be a new creation. Moreover, it was only passed on to him, or it was created for him. I'm really a little envious of your luck. Isn't that your father? My father plows the fields. That's my big brother. Li Qingshan laughed and waved his hand. Devour, little fatty. Chapter 1265. Deep Blue Fatty seemed to have been impatient for a long time, but without Li Qingshan's will, it could not surpass its instincts to attack its own kind. Now that it was finally authorized, it immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the dazzling star made of earth, fire, wind, water. The balance of the star was instantly broken. The earth cracked, the fire burned violently, The wind blew, and the flood surged. A world that was about to be born was destroyed. Deep Blue Fatty's body was instantly expanded by more than 10 times, almost losing its original shape, as if it was about to burst. The earth, fire, wind, and water were not really water and fire, but the purest energy, the original substance of the world. Even great cultivators and monster kings in the face of the scene were as helpless as mortals in the face of a natural disaster. Li Qingshan and the other two hid in an unknown organ in Deep Blue. Separated by a transparent membrane, they gazed at the soul-stirring sight in the stomach. They all sighed in amazement, as well as comprehending some things. This void-swallowing beast is huge, so the world it created must be huge too. Can you, little fatty, digest it? Luoho Xiaoming endured the discomfort of the name and expressed his concern. Li Qingshan answered, even a god like you doesn't know. How would I know? It's about to become Big Fatty. All right. I think it's better to call him Little Fatty. Luoho Xiaoming felt that his tolerance for these stupid names was limited. Li Qingshan looked pleased. You finally have some taste for names, Little Ming. Luoho Xiaoming's eyes twitched. Li Qingshan, you and I will fight. Gu Yenying interrupted their I fight. We were lucky. Without Little Fatty, even if we killed the big swallowing beast, we wouldn't be able to withstand such an explosion of energy. We would still be dead. Li Qingshan said, it's not just luck. If we didn't eat those little void-swallowing beasts, Little Fatty wouldn't have been able to swallow this star. At this time, the violent energy torrent gradually calmed down, like water being sucked dry by a sponge. In the small world, be it on the surface or in the deep sea, whether it was active or not. Or did he take advantage of the situation for a long time? All the volcanoes erupted at the same time. Lava and underground fire gushed out, and billowing black smoke rushed into the sky. Strong winds swept across the entire world. Gales, storms, tornadoes. It surged between heaven and earth. But it could not blow away the dark clouds that covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down like a torrent. Floodwaters overflowed and surged wantonly. This doomsday-like scene made even the most arrogant and ferocious martial artists tremble. The ship was like a toy, being tossed up high by the waves and falling back down heavily. Passing through the mountain-like waves, he felt as if he was sailing in the deep sea. Wu Taizan personally manned the helm, but it was useless. The pirates behind him kept shouting, "Chivalrous lord, spare us." He couldn't help but think, could it be that my mother lied to me? Am I really her son? My dear father, stop messing around. Bang! A huge wave smashed the ship into pieces. Wooden fragments filled the sky, as well as countless rare treasures. Wu Taizan took a deep breath and found the statue of the woman. He leaped over and carried the statue into the sea. Li Qingshan didn't have the time to care about the changes in the small world. He wasn't the goddess of mercy who saved people from suffering. Everyone had their own fates. He was focused on how Deep Blue Little Fatty was sending the earth, fire, wind, and water back to the small world. When Deep Blue Little Fatty was devouring the small space-devouring beasts, he tried to figure this out, but he couldn't see anything similar to a teleportation gate. It was the same now. There seemed to be an invisible channel between Deep Blue Little Fatty and the small world. It connected them together in a way that he couldn't understand. It was even closer than the connection between him and his mirror image. Just like how the 6 paths of reincarnation could connect all the worlds. After a while, the earth, fire, wind, and water disappeared. Deep Blue Little Fatty grew much bigger and more active. Li Qingshan shook his head. There were too many mysteries in the world. Perhaps he could only find the answers after he reached the 9 heavens. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about losing contact with his mirror image anymore. He felt like he was still in the small world. The connection between him and his mirror image became very clear again. However, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, if I could absorb the earth, fire, wind, and water, I would be able to push the 4 transformations to unimaginable heights. However, it's all in the small world. I can keep it and slowly absorb it. Perhaps this small world couldn't be called a small world anymore. Not only had it become 10 times bigger, but the flow of time had also become much faster. Although it still couldn't compare to the 9 provinces, when it completely digested everything it had devoured, it would be able to accommodate a second heavenly tribulation. In the deep void, the great space-devouring beast was floating in the darkness, looking for new food. Suddenly, its body contorted violently and began to crumble, revealing deep blue little fatty within. Gu Yenying said, "The great space-devouring beast is dead. We've succeeded." Luoho Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped. Furthermore, their journey from now on was very secure. With the great space-devouring beast as a mount, there was almost no need to worry about any danger. Li Qingshan looked at the pieces of the great space-devouring beast's corpse floating in the void. He rubbed his chin and said, "Do you guys think that if we stay here, will we attract more great space-devouring beasts?" This was a very profitable business. The larger the small world became, the more abundant and pure spiritual qi he could obtain, and deep blue little fatty would also become stronger. Perhaps he could go to the demon domain in the future and devour Qiang qi. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about the 500-year promise anymore. Luoho Xiaoming mocked, "That's not something you can decide." As they spoke, deep blue little fatty had already started to eat, ignoring Li Qingshan's attempts to stop it. It devoured the great space-devouring beast's corpse in large mouthfuls. When the great space-devouring beast was destroyed, it was no longer seen as one of its kind. Although Li Qingshan could make the great space-devouring beast surpass its own instincts to attack its own kind with his status as the world god, he couldn't suppress its instinct to devour anything. After all, it was not an obedient pet. Li Qingshan shrugged. Gluttons are always hard to stop, but we don't have the time to do that anyway. If we stay here any longer, little N will get anxious. All right, let's return to the flight path first. Using the stars in the sky, he deduced his current location. In order to maintain the balance of the 5 powers in his body, he had no choice but to suppress his own power, causing his overall strength to weaken. Only his deduction ability had become stronger, which was a pleasant surprise. A moment later, Li Qingshan said, "Little fatty, start the teleportation." In the blink of an eye, deep blue little fatty appeared millions of miles away, back where they had been devoured by the great space-devouring beast. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1266. Gu Yenying said, "It's really convenient. I can save some energy." Luoho Xiaoming said, "The void-swallowing beast was born in the void and grew up in the void. Even if the Kunpeng had the power to travel through the void, it wouldn't be so comfortable." Li Qing'an said, "You too, will be home soon." Luoho Xiaoming sneered, "Home?" Gu Yenying smiled, "Home. Even a bird needs a piece of sky. I admit that the 9 provinces is a bit small, but it's still better than here." Gu Yenying tilted her head and thought for a moment. That makes sense. Li Qingshan pressed Luoho Xiaoming's shoulder, "And you'll go home sooner or later and take back everything that belongs to you." Luoho Xiaoming frowned, then smiled again. "That's right. Don't forget to help me when the time comes." "Sure, but you'll probably have to help me fight first." Li Qingshan reached out his hand. Many years later, in the Azura field, Li Qingshan had made the same request for the same enemy, the hungry ghost realm. And this time, Luoho Xiaoming readily agreed. No problem. He also reached out his hand. The 2 hands, one big and one small, held each other tightly. This was the meaning of a man's promise, a common enemy. Gu Yenying suddenly had a feeling that perhaps each other was their biggest gain, and this was also her gain. Because of different fates, she found people who could support each other. This was a great fortune. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed, "But you're too useless now." Luoho Xiaoming said angrily, "Say that again." But he felt the billowing spiritual energy coming from the big hand, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Li Qingshan said seriously, "The small world has become bigger, and the spiritual energy has become more abundant. Other than deducing the path, I don't need so much spiritual energy for now. From now on, I'll do my best to help you raise your cultivation. What do you think? Gu Yening didn't say anything. She stretched out her hand, and her slender fingers felt as sharp as an eagle's claw. Li Qingshan gently held her hand. Their eyes met. His tiger eyes were like fire, and his eagle eyes were like lightning. None of them were willing to retreat. Luo Xiaoming rolled his eyes. He closed his eyes. Gu Yening closes her eyes and starts to refine the Reiki. Li Qingshan smiled triumphantly and began to deduce the next path with all his might. He no longer mobilized just the spirit turtle's power. Instead, it was the newborn world within his body. This was the true secret behind the improvement of his deduction ability, because it originated from the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Li Qingshan named it the heart of the gods and demons. In the small world, the sun was shining brightly, and the blue sky was filled with white clouds. The seagulls were chirping, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Even the sea regained its calmness. The long and winding coastline was full of debris that was swept up by the waves. Wu Taizan carried the heavy statue and walked to the beach step by step. He fell to the ground in exhaustion, but he forced himself to stand up and looked around. Where is this? I don't remember there being such a big island in the nearby sea, and it's so barren. The woman's statue's moving voice resounded in his mind. This is not an island, but a continent. Wu Taizan was used to seeing many strange things on the sea. A statue that could talk did not seem too strange to him. Impossible, there is only one continent in the world. Wait, since there can be a new island, why can't there be a new continent? At this time, the plants on the barren land began to sprout and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The woman's statue was also silent. She was born in the apocalypse, and the spiritual energy was scarce. This was an aura she had never felt before. The spiritual energy might not be pure, but it was full of vitality, like a newborn baby with endless possibilities. Above the vast sea, a new continent was formed. It was more than 10 times bigger than the original continent, and it was quickly dyed with a new layer of green. Sigh, the many islands have already made the sea full of bloodshed, and now a new continent has appeared. This is really great. Long live the Hero King. The woman's statue asked, who is the Hero King that you keep talking about? The greatest person in history. The woman's statue was silent again. Thinking about it, he was just a powerful native of this small world. How could he be considered a great person? However, it was I, a native, who saved you. Who are you? The woman's statue asked. She did not expect that someone could directly pry into her mind. I am Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was originally observing the changes in the small world, and the vitality that sprouted on the new continent made him understand something. Among the 3 remaining shadows in his sea of consciousness, another shadow gradually protruded. He immediately held his breath, waiting for the new change of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. But perhaps his understanding wasn't enough. The shadow didn't really appear in the end. Li Qingshan did not feel disappointed, because he could feel that the seed had already been planted, and it was only a matter of time before it sprouted. Right now, he had a heart of demons and gods that needed to be tempered and grown, so he was not in a hurry to learn the new changes. Because Wu Taishan and this woman's statue were the first visitors of this new continent, and they were existences that he had paid attention to, he took a glance and heard the woman's thoughts. The woman's statue said, so you have become the god of this world, but even a god shouldn't have this kind of power. Normal gods naturally don't have it. Fellow Taoist, please help me get rid of this state. What can you repay me with? Up until now, you haven't even said a word of thanks. Thank you. I will definitely repay you. You know that I didn't lie to you. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire this woman's temperament. In a situation where there was no hope, everyone would panic, or be angry or resentful, but she was able to use this to increase her persuasiveness. But a person's heart can change. The great Hero King, the god of this world, are you afraid that I will go back on my words? Hey, just now, you are still a native. Do you mind if I get to know you? It's mainly to understand your world. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, please. After going through this desperate situation, she just wanted to start over, treating it as a dragon in shallow water being teased by shrimps. Just now, Li Qingshan had been struggling to survive, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the islands formed by the fragments of the world. At this moment, his mind swept through the archipelago, and at the same time, he went deep into the woman's mind, and two pieces of information appeared in his mind. It was a world that was one level larger than the 9 provinces, and cultivators had to go through 5 heavenly tribulations to be able to ascend. However, as the end of the world was approaching, and the spiritual chi was weak, there were very few cultivators who could go through 2 or 3 heavenly tribulations, let alone 5. But this woman had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and was known as Stone Empress. Whether in terms of talent, bloodline, or willpower, she was a top-notch cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that the connection with the 6 paths of reincarnation was completely cut off when the world declined, she even had the chance to ascend and become Stone Empress, but the result could only be considered as bad luck. But now, it seemed that even her luck was very good, and that was why she could come back from death's door in such an incredible way. She was the only survivor of that world. Although that world had declined, the cultivation path had developed to the extreme. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, it was far above the 9 provinces, and it contained a lot of valuable knowledge. Originally, he was just picking up trash, but he didn't expect to find a treasure. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1267. Li Qingshan was thinking of switching to a human cultivation technique. The War Devil catalog originally came from the infernal domain, so it could be cultivated to a very high realm. However, the version he obtained had been modified several times, and it was not the complete version. At most, he could reach the 4th heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for him to enter the infernal domain to ask for the complete cultivation technique from the fighting demon clan. When he could ignore the threat of the 12 demon gods and enter the infernal domain to fight Xiangqi, what use would he have for the fighting demon catalog? To wipe his ass? In terms of practicality, although war demon possession was a very good move, after he condensed the heart of the fiend god in his body was balanced, and the 5 transformations had become one. Adding another war demon was really not very beneficial. Even in battle, he would have to use the 9 transformations of the demons and gods as the core and use the human cultivation method as support. Thus, he opened up his mind and searched the archipelago. Sure enough, he found many jade slips, but they had all lost their spiritual chi. Even if they could gradually recover as spiritual chi seeped into them, the information stored inside would no longer exist. He did find some cultivation techniques carved on the mountain rocks, but they were all incomplete, and their standards were not very high. They could not even compare to the War Devil catalog. Come to think of it, a slightly decent cultivation technique already contained a lot of information, enough to be written into hundreds of books. As for the technique he needed, it might not even be enough to fill up a mountain with words. It seemed like he would have to rely on Empress Stoneheart. Fellow Taoist, sure, I can help you return to your original state, but I advise you to maintain this state first. You've already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. Although I've lost all my cultivation, I'm still not allowed to exist in this world. Fellow Taoist, as the god of the world, can you even handle such a small matter? If you have any requests, why don't you tell me? I'll do my best. Although I have a request, it's not that easy to satisfy. I need a cultivation method to replace my current cultivation method. The cultivation method that I cultivate is called the Devil Suppression Statuary, and it's transformed from the Devil Region's War Devil Clan's War Devil Statuary. I then reversed it and deduced the Demon War catalog, and even used it to condense a demon heart. In terms of cultivation, they were basically no different from demon folk now. Now, he wants to return to the path of ordinary human cultivators. Do you have any ideas? Li Qingshan found it a little hard to pronounce. It wasn't easy for him to go from being a demon to being a Buddha, but he just had to go from being a Buddha to being a demon. Once the demon heart was formed, it would not be easy to turn it back. Therefore, he did not hold much hope. You are already the god of the world. From then on, he would live as long as heaven and earth. Why would he still need to cultivate? The one who became a god is just my clone. To be able to do this, you are definitely not from this world. You don't have to worry about that for now. In any case, I saved your life in the void. You can travel in the void. Empress Stoneheart didn't dare to treat Li Qingshan as a native of the small world anymore. If she had this kind of power, she wouldn't have petrified in despair when the world was destroyed. However, how could an existence that could travel in the void have such a low cultivation level? This Li Qingshan seemed to have endless mysteries on him. Once again, thank you for saving my life. I can provide you with a set of cultivation technique. Moreover, it is one of the top cultivation techniques in my world. Oh, what is it? Records of the imperial supremacy of the world. Sounds good. Tell me more about it. Our world's #1 sect is called the Imperial Supremacy Temple. The records of the imperial supremacy of the world is the ultimate technique of the Imperial Supremacy Temple. When cultivated to the highest level, not only can one pass through 5 heavenly tribulations, but they can also reach the peak of 5 heavenly tribulations. That is why it is called the Imperial Supremacy, one of the top cultivation techniques in the world. Normally, it would surpass the power limit of the world. Because Ascenders also had the chance to communicate with this world, there would be some stronger cultivation techniques. Moreover, in the long river of time, there would be all kinds of coincidences, such as the reincarnation of celestial beings. Li Qingshan remembered that the 3 graves in the 3 Graves 5 Classics of the Great Xia dynasty should be a cultivation technique of this level. Perhaps it was slightly weaker, but within the same level, there would be no difference in essence. After all, Empress Stoneheart's world had developed for so many years, and it was 1 level higher than the 9 provinces. Could it be that it was also at this level? Is there anything better? For example, a cultivation technique that can pass through 6 heavenly tribulations. Empress Stoneheart said, "My friend, don't be greedy. After 4 heavenly tribulations, you can form a yin spirit. After 5 heavenly tribulations, you can form a yang spirit just now. If you want to pass 6 heavenly tribulations, you need to combine yin and yang and form a primordial spirit. Then, you can be called a mortal deity. If you are a Buddhist, you have already achieved the avatar fruit and are only 1 level away from the arhat fruit. You will completely transcend the mortal world, and after death, you will no longer be born in the realm of desire. This level is not something we can understand." Li Qingshan remembered that the avatar fruit was the 3rd fruit of the 4 fruits of arhat. After 4 heavenly tribulations, you would be called the 1st fruit arhat, also known as the Sudra Huan fruit. Sudra Huan meant to enter the realm of immortality. If he were to compare it with the schools in his previous life, the refinement of qi could be regarded as a preschool. The 3 levels after that were elementary monk, middle monk, and high monk. Only after passing the 4th heavenly tribulation could one be regarded as a great monk. With a clear goal and direction, all the previous training could be said to be preparation for this step. As for the 2nd fruit, it was called Situa Hamiko. Taking it 1 step further, one could be considered a research monk. If one could attain the 3rd fruit, Anagami, that would be incredible. A dignified professorial monk would be looked up to wherever he went, much higher than a research monk. However, after reaching the step, you would be at the end of the road of learning. If you wanted to go further and become an academician, you would have to go through 7 heavenly tribulations and achieve the real arhat fruit. That was the real arhat, also known as the dragon subduing arhat or the tiger subduing arhat. From then on, you would enjoy a lifetime of honor, be recognized by Buddhism, and be on the same level as the saints. You would transcend the mortal world and enter the realm of holiness. Outside of Buddhism, the human immortal was equivalent to the 3rd fruit of Buddhism. You would reach another extreme on the road of cultivation and finally have the right to be called an immortal. However, if you wanted to get rid of the word human, you would have to go to another level. Once you reached that level, you would be listed as an immortal, shining as the sun and moon and living as long as heaven and earth. The difference between immortal and mortal was like a chasm. After 6 heavenly tribulations, you would not become a butterfly, but you would become a cocoon. Normal cultivation methods would be isolated outside the cocoon. Cultivators would not be able to pry into it, and even if they saw it, they would not be able to understand it. Li Qingshan had the 9 transformations of demons and gods, so he was not worried about this at all. When he punched the 12 demon gods and kicked Little Ming's mother, he would not have to worry about not having a suitable human cultivation method. Alright, I'm thinking too much. But this extreme emperor scripture sounds like an orthodox Taoist method. Can it transform the demon heart? It can at first, but later on, the extreme emperor temple turned into the devil and turned it into the extreme emperor records of world destruction, which pursued extreme destructive power. You can start cultivating from this method first, and then you can enter the Tao from the devil. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. She was indeed the top figure of a world. Something that he thought would be very troublesome was actually so simple when she said it. This was probably because the cultivation path of that world had developed to the extreme. He was also a little curious. Since the Extreme Emperor Temple is the #1 sect in the world, why did it turn into the devil? Did it want to unify the world? How did this method end up in your hands? It would be great if the Extreme Emperor Temple only wanted to unify the world. Because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was insufficient, the Extreme Emperor Temple allied with the 9 major sects and destroyed all the other sects and itinerant cultivators. During this period, the alliance was divided, and there were many battles. They wanted to attract the Azura Tao to descend, but the Azura Tao never descended. Later on, the 5 major sects joined forces to defeat the Extreme Emperor Temple, and this method spread. From then on, everyone understood that our world had been completely cut off from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if we gathered spiritual chi, it would be useless. At that time, methods were no longer valuable, and even mortals could come into contact with many. If you want, I can give you a few more methods that are not weaker than this. At this point, Empress Stoneheart's steady and calm state of mind trembled a little. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, the war lasted for thousands of years. More than half of the cultivators in the world died in battle, and 9 out of 10 mortals died. It was an indescribable tragedy. Everyone was filled with despair until the world collapsed and was destroyed. Because of this, her heart was filled with a strong desire to survive. Not just to live, but to live forever. To be continued. Chapter 1268. Li Qingshan said, "Then please pass these 2 cultivation methods to me, fellow." The complete cultivation method of the Imperial Polarities records of the world appeared in Empress Stoneheart's head. Li Qingshan skimmed through it slightly and discovered that it really was extremely wondrous. There were wondrous methods for governing the world, as well as boldness to embrace the world. The world felt like it was in his hand. It was much more brilliant than the current records of the fighting demon, but he didn't know how to turn from Tao into a demon. However, Empress Stoneheart remained silent. Li Qingshan understood what she meant and smiled. Wu Taizan was collecting miscellaneous items by the beach to catch some fish to eat when a figure suddenly landed on the beach and walked toward his precious statue. "Who are you?" Wu Tiashan's body tensed up immediately. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly like a leopard that was ready to pounce. He looked at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. However, the newcomer's face looked familiar no matter how he looked at it. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. King. My lord. He had only seen this man once, and it was on his father Wu Huan's shoulder. Yet, it left an unforgettable impression on him. Li Qingshan smiled. Tai Dan, long time no see. Although your mother is a good person, I'm really not your father. Wu Taizan trembled in excitement. You really? Didn't you leave? I never left. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and made his way over to the statue. He tapped it gently with his index finger, and the spiritual chi of the world was drawn over, surging towards her from the tip of his finger, radiating with resplendent light. The stone-gray color gradually faded, revealing the fair skin. The hard rocks turned into soft clothes. The clothes danced with the sea breeze. Empress Stoneheart blinked. Her eyes were black and bright, but her gaze was still as stubborn as a rock. She forced herself to say, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Then, she projected the records of the Extreme Emperor's world destruction into her heart. When Li Qingshan saw the records of the Extreme Emperor's world destruction, he knew that Empress Stoneheart didn't lie to him. This technique was filled with the determination to destroy everything. It was a true demonic technique that could transform a demonic heart and replace the fighting demon record. Comparing the two versions, he felt that it was even more amazing. He looked into Empress Stoneheart's eyes and said sincerely, "I hope you have fun in my world." In an instant, with Empress Stoneheart as the center, the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated. As the god of the world, Li Qingshan gave her blessings so that she would no longer be rejected by heaven's will and could walk freely in the world. Empress Stoneheart heaved a sigh of relief. His tone became more sincere. "Thank you. The reputation of the chivalrous king is well-deserved." Even though his heart was as firm as a rock, he was just meat on someone else's chopping block. The other party practiced the cultivation method of demon folk too, so his temperament was unfathomable. It was truly unpredictable. Only now could he confirm the other party's goodwill. It was rare to feel such kindness in the post-apocalyptic world. "You're welcome. It's fate that brought us together." This was also his fortune, and he might become a great help in the future. On second thought, she was really too weak now. Although she had his blessing, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would happen to her. It was impossible for him to pay attention to her all the time. "I'll find another protector for you. Iron Egg, come here." Wu Taizan was already stunned when he saw the statue turn into a woman and even communicate with the chivalrous king as an equal. Now that he heard the greeting, he clasped his hands in a hurry. "What do you need, chivalrous king?" Li Qingshan smiled. "You owe me your life." Wu Taizan recalled what happened on the ship. He smiled too. "I'll do anything for you," Li Qingshan said. "Protect her for a while for me. It shouldn't take too long." Wu Taizan glanced at Empress Stoneheart and met her determined, cold eyes. His heart shuddered. He had no time to pay attention to her alluring beauty, so he lowered his head in a hurry. For some reason, he felt that the statue was more like a woman. "I won't let you down." Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand and touched his forehead, and he vanished. Wu Taizan felt like he had fallen into a stormy sea again. He felt dizzy for a while and realized that there was a new technique in his sea of consciousness. It was called the art of the boundless ocean. After comprehending it, he let out a cheer. Long live the chivalrous king. This technique was too suitable for him and the current environment. To be able to pass the second heavenly tribulation, what kind of realm was that? He turned around and saw Empress Stoneheart. A woman who could sit on the same level as the chivalrous king was definitely not a simple person. He coughed twice. "Senior, please tell me what you need. Go ahead and cultivate. I'll call you when I need you." Empress Stoneheart found a rock, sat down cross-legged, and breathed in and out spiritual energy. A large part of her world had been digested by the small world. As the only survivor, she was not rejected by the spiritual energy, so it was only a matter of time before her cultivation recovered. However, once her cultivation reached the limit that this world could accommodate, she would be unable to ascend, nor would she be able to traverse through space. She would still be trapped in this world. By then, she would even have to ask Li Qingshan for help. This was the awkwardness of losing her own world. Li Qingshan's consciousness returned to the void. Deep Blue Little Fatty went through another 3 teleportations and easily traveled thousands of miles. Lightning flashed in the void. Luoho Xiaoming was going through the second heavenly tribulation. Ever since he had an endless supply of spiritual energy, the cultivation of the Azura Divine Sun had been improving at a tremendous pace. This was not only because of his bloodline, but also because he had already walked this path once. It was as easy as a doctoral student learning a middle school curriculum. He suddenly remembered that the reincarnated heavenly man should have grown rapidly after inheriting the memories of his previous life and becoming Lin Xian. However, it would probably be limited by the quality of the spiritual energy. After a while, Luoho Xiaoming came back with a relaxed expression as if he had gone out for a stroll. His body had grown a lot, and he had turned into a handsome young man who was 13 or 14 years old. His strength was comparable to that of a normal cultivator. If they were to fight, he would not be the one to die. However, his demand for the quality and quantity of spiritual energy was much higher than that of a normal cultivator. The quality of the spiritual energy in the small world is still too low. There are too many impurities. You don't need to supply it to me anymore. Wait until you return to the 9 states and go through the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan also agreed. Cultivators had to ascend to a higher and bigger world to obtain a more suitable environment for cultivation. Right, I've just obtained 2 new cultivation techniques. Help me look at them. The Extreme King's Records of the World and the Extreme King's Records of World Destruction. They are a bit similar to the Path of the Great Lord of Freedom, but their levels are too far apart. The Great Lord of Freedom controls destruction and prosperity. Compared to him, these 2 cultivation techniques are a bit worse than death. However, from a mortal's point of view, they are quite good. They have reached the peak of mortals, and it is rare that they contain a hint of the great destruction intent. If I hadn't experienced the destruction of the world, I would not have been able to reach this level. Li Qingshan listened carefully and learned a lot. A god's knowledge was indeed extraordinary, but the key was the height they possessed. At this time, Gu Yenying also stopped cultivating. She also said that the spiritual energy in the small world was not very useful. It could be maintained, but it would be difficult for her to improve. Li Qingshan clapped his hands. All right, cultivation ends here. Let's set off immediately. Our final destination is the 9 states. Deep Blue's fat tail swayed, creating layers of ripples. It glided forward for tens of thousands of miles and suddenly disappeared into the void. To be continued. Chapter 1269. The gray haze passed through the sea of trees. Billions of leaves turned yellow and withered. When the wind blew, they danced in the sky like a heavy snowstorm, displaying its final splendor. The gaping mouth of a hungry ghost impatiently devoured the land of the 9 prefectures. The mushroom cloud that soared into the sky had yet to disperse when the left master's command was still echoing between heaven and earth. You must find her. Find her. Deep under the ground, in the crisscrossing underground maze, she walked with difficulty. One of her eyes was deep and ethereal, while the other was burning with bone fire. Her body was half alive and half dead, like a pillar that had been stripped of its vermilion color. Her bones were ferocious and full of cracks. A strange voice said, "Give up. You won't be able to survive this, my dear master." It was persuasive and full of twisted malice. The abandoned immortal sword would not be loyal to any master. She turned a deaf ear to it and walked forward, trying not to leave any traces. Even if you don't emit any aura and can hide underground, there are more than 20 bald donkeys. They are more than enough to search this land from top to bottom. How can you escape with your current appearance? Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion spread underground, triggering countless earthquakes. It might take years for it to completely disappear. The cave trembled. Rocks fell like rain, ready to collapse at any moment. Lava gushed out from the cracks, and the world seemed to be shaking. Even if you can escape, Li Qingshan will not come back. Shut up. Flames flashed in her eye sockets. The skull prayer beads tightly wrapped around the abandoned immortal sword and clashed. If you do that, you will definitely attract those bald donkeys. The abandoned immortal sword trembled slightly, but it could not break free from the claws of the skeleton demons. After all, it needed her power as the source. Moreover, it had been damaged in the fierce battle just now. She summoned the broken blood sea banner and wrapped the abandoned immortal sword in it. She said calmly, "If you come out, we will fight to the death." Then, the flames in her eye sockets dimmed, and she fell forward. The skeleton demons surrounded her and made strange noises, but they could not wake her up. Her injuries were too serious. The abandoned immortal sword fell into the blood sea. The sword light shone and trembled, knowing that she was in an unprecedented state of weakness. It was the best time to counterattack. More than 20 monk kings went underground, with the left imperial advisor as the core. They formed a great formation that covered 1,000 li. It was like a huge net. Each monk king was like a node, constantly shining with Buddhist light, not letting go of a single inch of land. They were rapidly approaching her. The corpse kings and ghost kings were also closing in. Every single one of them was filled with greed, wanting to use her life to exchange for the favor of the hungry ghost realm. Emperor Li had made a grave mistake, and he dared not stop them again. This was a hunt. Although there was a lot of risk involved, greed made them ignore everything. For a time, she was besieged both internally and externally, but she had lost all power to resist. All that was left was her obsession. The skeleton demons stopped screaming and carried her broken body towards the north. Before the monk kings could retract their nets, they had to get far away from the mouths of hungry ghosts. Within the sea of blood, the humming of the sword subsided. The forsaken immortal sword spirit had chosen to give up. If I go out and devour her now, wouldn't I be too stupid if I were to unfortunately fall into the hands of those bald donkeys? He was unwilling to admit that he deeply feared her. She had always been a monster that could strike fear into the living, the dead, or even all self-aware existences, which was why he was in such a hurry to destroy her. A while later, the monk kings returned to the surface and gathered beside the left imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, the enemy of Buddha has probably already left this region. The enemy of Buddha is skilled at hiding her aura, so it's truly difficult to find her. Should we ask the imperial astronomer to help us find her? The imperial astronomer was skilled at divining the heavenly secrets and investigating fate. The head of the imperial astronomer was the leader of the school of Yin-Yang. The enemy of Buddha is a monster that's neither alive nor dead. Capturing her through the heavenly secrets and fate probably won't be easy. Why don't we try? We can't just let her go like this. The monk kings discussed among themselves. The left imperial advisor listened in silence before suddenly asking, "Dauntless, do you have any clues?" The dauntless monk was stern. He said nothing the entire time. With that, he brought his palms together and bowed. "No, imperial advisor." Although he knew she was the enemy of Buddha, his grievances with the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not be explained in a few words. Coupled with how he was currently thinking about how to save the unraging monk, he really did not have any. However, if he really did have any clues, he definitely would not hide it. The left imperial advisor frowned. Right now, the imperial astronomer was dealing with something major, so it was impossible for them to split their attention to help him search for her. This matter was extremely important. Even the invasion of the hungry ghost realm had to wait, let alone a measly enemy of Buddha. As a result, he led the monk kings to expand the search area, searching in all directions. They expanded the search area to a radius of 10,000 kilometers, but they still found nothing. The left imperial advisor said, "The enemy of Buddha is heavily injured, so she must find a place to heal." Who does she trust the most? The dauntless monk said, "Li Qingshan." Probably only Li Qing'an. It's that wretched demon who fought against the crown prince of Xiqing, the unraging's good disciple. Where's that wretched demon right now? I don't know. You don't know? Ever since her battle against the king of feathermen, Bai Qin, she vanished. Perhaps she's no longer in this world. I remember that the wretched demon and the enemy of Buddha have a dwelling in the Chain Mountains within the Rui Commandery of the Green Province, the left imperial advisor said in thought. In order to hunt down and kill the enemy of Buddha, he had made sufficient preparations. However, that's only a small mountain. Its spiritual chi is weak, so it's been abandoned a long time ago. It's nowhere near enough to defend against her. The dauntless monk understood the geography of the Green Province. Let alone a small mountain, even the entire Chain Mountains were not a particularly good place for cultivation. In the past, all the famed mountains and great rivers had been occupied by sects of various sizes, which was why cultivators established dwellings there. Now that the Green Province had suffered repeated disasters, many mountains and rivers had been emptied out. It had been a long time since cultivators went there. And it was not like she was an idiot. Instead, She was the cultivator with the greatest ability for comprehension he had ever seen, so why would she remain in such an obvious place? It was exactly because the left imperial advisor knew this that he did not rush off to the Chain Mountains immediately. The other monk kings also found it impossible. Perhaps the banyan tree king is protecting her, or maybe it's the city amongst the clouds. She might still be deep underground, hiding in the flames of the earth. The interference from the underground magnetic field is too great, so we can't find her. The left imperial advisor said, the enemy of Buddha cannot tolerate all living beings. She won't believe these people, and it's even more impossible for her to remain deep underground in her current state. He made up his mind. Let's go to the Chain Mountains. Home. Wasn't it the safest place for people? It was the only place where they could find comfort after suffering all the pain in the outside world. Among the undulating mountains, this lonely little peak seemed so ordinary. However, the 3 words Qing Zhao's home on the stone wall retained an unforgettable memory. This was their home. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1270. Outside the commandery city of Rui, the headquarters of the Hawk Wolf Guard. The eagle spread its wings on top of the white robe, and a silver eagle emblem hung on the waist. This was Gu Yenying's attire that never changed. It was also the uniform of one of the 3 pillars of the Rui Commandery, the White Hawk Commander. Gu Yenying had already left for a long time, and the imperial daughter Si Bao had also been summoned back to the imperial court. The current successor was still a woman, the only disciple of Gu Yenying, the former White Wolf Commander, and the current White Eagle Commander, Xian Rongji. As she stood with her hands behind her back, she vaguely resembled Gu Yenying's bearing in the past, but her awe-inspiring presence completely surpassed Gu Yenying's. As she practiced the illustrations of the Naraka, the venomous snake Hell had gradually merged with her. He seemed more like a disciple of legalism. All the White Wolf Guards were especially careful in front of her, even though she seemed even more magnanimous than Gu Yenying. She quietly guarded the communication circle, waiting for news from the south. A gorgeous little snake crawled up from her collar and slithered along her neck to her cheek, hissing and flicking its tongue. However, there was a second one, a third one. In the blink of an eye, her face, which could be considered beautiful, was filled with snakes that danced and tangled with each other, becoming extremely terrifying. The hissing sounds rising and falling in the darkness were even more chilling. The veins on her neck bulged. Hell's torture wasn't ordinary, but she didn't move at all. Only a pair of eyes could be seen on her face. They also turned into snake eyes that flickered faintly. They were even colder and more vicious than the snakes of hell. The door to the communication room suddenly opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. The eagle token shone with a silvery luster. Her brows wrinkled, not her orders. No one could disturb him except for one person. A handsome man leaned against the door frame, his smile brighter than the sun. Rongji, is there any news? Qian Rongji turned around and faced Lin Xian with her terrifying face. Commander Lin, please refer to me as Commander in the Hawk Wolf Guard. Anyone who saw such a face would be startled. But Lin Xian's smile did not change. In fact, there was even a hint of gentleness and pity in it. Cultivating like this is too tiring. Qian Rongji stared at him with a pair of snake eyes as if trying to see through his sincerity. But why are you so concerned about this little N? Lin Xian asked curiously. All these years, she had been paying attention to the news of the enemy of Buddha through various channels, but there had never been any contact between them. Qian Rongji said, "It has nothing to do with you." At this moment, the communication array flashed. Qian Rongji turned around and silently accepted the information. The Banyan Tree King has failed to attack the tower, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts has expanded further, and the Dark Queen has been captured. Her expression suddenly changed. The left imperial preceptor and the monk kings had successfully ambushed the enemy of Buddha. The enemy of Buddha retreated with heavy injuries, and his whereabouts were unknown. She thought for a moment and suddenly turned to walk out of the door, brushing past Lin Xian. "Don't follow me." Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. As he watched her disappear into the horizon, his smile was still bright and beautiful, but it was filled with helplessness. A few white wolf guards passing by teased him, "Commander, aren't you going to chase after her?" He waved his hand, "Go away, or I'll send you south to attack the gate of hungry ghosts." The white wolf guards walked away with a smile. They were clearly not afraid of this friendly white wolf commander. He walked towards the communication array and his eyes turned cold. This damned woman. After so many years, she's still wary of me. Does she know I'm Chutian? No, that's impossible. Otherwise, she would have done it a long time ago. Since I can't outsmart her, I can only fight her with force. It's a pity that her cultivation improves extremely quickly. She basically cultivates without a care for her life. Coupled with the heaven-climbing vine and my heaven-climbing vine, if this continues, it's very likely that she'll undergo the third heavenly tribulation before me. Arriving before the communication array, he also accepted the information and thought, I've never seen her show such an expression. Just what is her relationship with the enemy of Buddha? Whatever, I have to retrieve the heaven-climbing vine as soon as possible. There's not much time left. I can't care even if I make a fool of myself. Qianrongji first flew northwest before turning south. She turned into a snake-like streak of light and landed in the Chain Mountains, in front of Qingzhao's dwelling. She silently thought, could she be here? It can't be. How could she be so stupid? She turned around and turned into a snake-like streak of light, passing through the array and arriving in front of the mountain gate. An unmanned array like this could no longer stop her. This seemed to prove that there was no one in this dwelling. She also did not sense the existence of any aura. She pushed open the stone door and walked into the dwelling. At the bottom of the mountain burned an almost transparent white flame, like a blooming lotus. Little and lay quietly in the lotus, her face was also pale to the point of almost being transparent. All the skeleton demons were surrounding her below, spitting out some Madhi white bone fire to heal her. The ground was filled with huge and ferocious white bones. There were less than 10 skeleton demons left. After exhausting the Samadhi white bone fire, they turned into a pile of dry bones. She's really here. Qianrongji opened her eyes wide in disbelief and joy. She seems to have lost consciousness. No wonder, it seems like these skeleton demons sent her here because of her instincts. At this time, the skeleton demons all looked at Qianrongji. Qianrongji immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Even though the skeleton demons had become very weak, they were still not something a mere Azoth core cultivator could deal with. Qianrongji called out, "Little N, wake up, it's too dangerous here. You can't stay here." Little N seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, not responding at all. Qianrongji took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly descended until she landed at the bottom of the mountain. The skeleton demons' heads turned along with her body, their joints collided, making a cracking sound, raising their huge bone claws. But they did not immediately attack, either because they did not receive Little N's order, or because they did not feel any hostility. Qianrongji passed through the skeletons, walking towards the White Lotus. The skeleton demons were like wild beasts that felt threatened, withdrawing the Samadhi flame of white bone, preparing to deal with the enemy in front of them. Little N slowly landed on the stone platform, still in a deep sleep. Qianrongji stopped. The road ahead was blocked by the skeleton demons' huge bodies. Their sharp teeth collided, making a cracking sound, not a strange laugh, but a final warning. She clearly felt that if she took another step forward, these ferocious skeleton demons would immediately attack. She suddenly smiled contemptuously. "You've been tricked." A gorgeous little snake came out of the stone platform, biting Little N's slender wrist. The skeleton demons roared angrily. Their bone claws tore through the air, grabbing at her together. She simply closed her eyes. Every skeleton demon had the strength of a demon king, at this moment attacking at the same time. It was like a thunderbolt, impossible to dodge. She thought calmly, "It's said that if you die in that white flame, even your soul will be burned, unable to enter reincarnation. But this is also good, let's end it here." Suddenly, she thought of Lin Xian's smiling face. All these years, what exactly did you do? Chapter 1271. More than 20 beams of golden light streaked across the sky and stopped in the sky above the Lianyu Mountains. Master of the Left looked down at the undulating mountain range. His eyes focused as he looked past the 8 gates array of golden locks and locked onto the 3 words Qing Zhao's family. Fearless, is this the cave abode of the foe and the demon? The dauntless monk said, reporting to the imperial preceptor, I don't know. Perhaps he is. Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand. The left master slowly raised his wooden fish hammer. The monk kings put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The golden light gathered on the body of the left master and condensed on the wooden fish hammer. It was even brighter and more dazzling than the sun. As fellow Buddhist cultivators, even though they belonged to different sects, they were still of the same breath and branches. Based on this point alone, it was far more powerful than the combined forces of more than 20 great cultivators. Moreover, with the left imperial preceptor, a top-notch powerhouse of the present age, overseeing the situation, he could easily utilize this frightening power. Even if little and was in his best condition, it would still be difficult for him to face it head-on, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Ba. The left imperial preceptor gathered enough strength before he threw the wooden fish hammer down with all his might. In an instant, it was as if the sun had fallen on the mountains. Wherever the light shone, the forest would be set ablaze. It was 100 times more violent than the sneak attack on Little N. The 8 gates formation of golden locks shattered like a thin piece of paper. The sun set on the lonely peak, and the 3 words Qing Zhao's home melted in the golden light. Boom! Tens of thousands of golden lights illuminated the world, and the surrounding dozen or so mountain peaks collapsed in an instant. Countless mountain peaks collapsed, and the entire Chain Mountain range was turned into a mess, burning with raging flames. The golden light dissipated, and the sky turned blue. Qing Zhao's abode had already disappeared from this world. Not a single trace was left. Perhaps there was nothing that could not be erased. Regardless of whether it was a mountain or a memory, it would always gradually fade with the passage of time until it was as if it had never existed. What is home? State Preceptor, it seems like the enemy Buddha isn't here. Ba. In this old monk's opinion, no matter where the enemy of Buddha is recuperating, it won't be here. The monk kings discussed among themselves, even though they respected the left imperial preceptor. But everyone was in the same realm. Buddhism also emphasized the equality of all living beings, so it was not to the extent of not daring to speak. The left imperial advisor's expression was as calm as still water. He had gone through so much trouble, but it was all for naught. His expression didn't look too good. In the burning Lianyu mountain range, countless birds and beasts were burned to death. There seemed to be a few other households. He let out a long sigh. Forget it. This faux Buddha is vicious and cunning. He is indeed a great enemy of Buddhism. If he couldn't kill her today, he would definitely torture the common people. He could only wait for the future to come. It was a pity that the living beings in the mountain were implicated by the enemy of Buddha for no reason. Wu-wei, just stay behind and recite the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Original Wish Sutra to help them transcend. Imperial Tutor, my junior brother, don't forget who you are. The left imperial advisor warned, putting on an imposing manner. The dauntless monk knew the imperial advisor of the left was in an extremely horrible mood. Speaking up for the unraging monk right now would only anger him. He was not a good-tempered person either. His mood was also extremely bad. He kept a cold face and did not say a word. Humph. The left imperial preceptor snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. The other monk kings followed closely behind. Then he glanced back at the burning Chain Mountains. This dauntless is the sect master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. She has no sense of propriety or the bigger picture. The school of Zen really is close to the evil path. Though, after heavily injuring the faux Buddha this time, she probably won't be bold enough to cause any more trouble. It won't be too late to deal with her once we're done with that. The dauntless monk gazed at the burning mountains with a frown. He did not even recite the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Original Wish Sutra, directly returning to the monastery. A while ago. The sharp bone claws stabbed into Qianrongji's cheek before suddenly stopping and slowly pulling back. Qianrongji opened her eyes. Through the gaps between the jagged bones, she saw that little and had opened her eyes before she knew it, currently staring at her with her clear eyes. She could not help but shiver inside. She smiled, but it was also rather bitter for some reason. Pain clears people up, right? Little and raised her arm and looked at the 4 marks on her wrist, nodding seriously. With a wave of her hand, the skeleton demon turned back into prayer beads and returned to her wrist, except it had become very sparse. With another wave of her hand, the huge pile of bones on the ground all turned into samadhi flames of white bone again, which she sucked into her mouth. Looking inside herself, her white bones were covered in cracks. The wounds would not heal so easily, but at least she seemed much better on the surface. She extended her hand into the Blood Sea banner and grabbed the hilt of the Forsaken Immortal Sword before grabbing Qianrongji's hand and fleeing underground. Soil and rock flashed past quickly. Qianrongji's mind was in turmoil as she stared at her back. Something seemed to fill her chest, yet it was also empty. At this moment, a great rumble rang out underground, and the ground shook. Little and stopped and raised her head. She seemed to see the destruction of Qing Zhao's dwelling. She clenched her fists. A while later, she lowered her head. "Thank you. Your injuries. Are you all right?" Qianrongji seemed to have lost her usual glib tongue. Sometimes, sincerity was more difficult than lies. Little and shook her head lightly and sat down on a rock. Though she was still expressionless, she seemed tired and lonely. Qianrongji was instantly at a loss, not knowing what to say. After some thought, she sat down on the ground next to her. Suddenly, she extended her hand in front of her. A dark green vine grew out of her palm. The strong branches extended into the air, extending to some unknown place. Little Anne's eyes were also attracted by this wondrous plant. He asked, "You got this from Chu Tian?" Qianrongji smiled. "You still remember Chu Tian? He's still alive. He's called Lin Xian now." Little Anne's calm words were like a bolt of lightning striking Qianrongji's heart. She muttered, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me before?" Qingshan didn't let me. Little Anne pursed her lips and revealed a rare human-like expression. Therefore, Qianrongji couldn't blame her for hiding it in the past at all. "Okay, then why are you saying it now?" He didn't think that she had the concept of gratitude. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't go against Li Qingshan's wishes for such a small matter. "I'm going to do something that Qingshan doesn't want me to do." Little Anne's expression was a bit gloomy as he looked at the ground. "I don't know if he will forgive me." "Is this all for him?" "Yes." "Then he will definitely forgive you." "Really?" "It's true." "Thank you. I'm leaving now." Little Anne's gratitude was more sincere. "What about you?" "I want to stay a little longer." "Yes." Little Anne left, leaving Qianrongji muttering to herself, "Chu Tian, Lin Xian, Chu Tian, Lin Xian." A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The smile gradually widened into a chuckle. Then it turned into a mournful laugh. Finally, it turned into a hysterical laugh. The snakes all over her body danced wildly, enjoying the taste of pain as they drowned her. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1272. The silver moonlight shone on the golden wheat field. Fireflies flashed by the pond, reflected on the black water, as if they were shining with the stars. A white figure suddenly slid across the black water surface. It was so quiet that it was like a ghost. Even the fireflies were not disturbed by it. She walked through the wheat field in midsummer. The air was filled with the smell of harvest. They did not understand the war of cultivators. As long as they could survive, mortals would live their own lives year after year. The pale and slender hand drew across the sharp wheat light. She kept her head up, her ethereal eyes looking at the sky, as if she wanted to count the number of stars, and as if she was looking for an answer. Whoosh! A refreshing summer wind blew. The wheat waves undulated, and her seaweed-like long hair floated behind her. The sparks were far away in the sky. There was no answer. So she looked at the village in the distance. The golden wheat light pierced her fingertip, and a drop of blood fell, turning into a pale spark that fell on the wheat field, spreading silently. In the blink of an eye, the undulating wheat waves turned into a sea of fire. The wheat field did not burn, but it lost its color and became pale. There was no longer any vitality, and it returned to absolute silence. The white flame passed through the pond, and the fireflies also dimmed. They fell into the black water, creating ripples. The fire was ignited. Like a fierce night wind, it spread over the mountains, crossed the rivers, and passed through the villages and cities. In the quiet village, a sleeping child was having a sweet dream. He pursed his lips and turned over. The pale flame touched his forehead, and he merged into the fire. In the old town, the dying old man endured the torment of his illness. He could not sleep, and he longed for the continuation of his life. The pale flame reflected in his turbid eyes. The pain soon disappeared, and he became a light flame together with his life. In the sturdy city, the brothel was having a merry night. The lights were bright, and the music was played. The drunkard scolded and laughed tirelessly. The beggar outside the door looked at the rich guests coming in and out. He wanted to go forward, but did not dare. He wanted to retreat, but did not want to. He dodged between the lights. Unknowingly, he spent his life. The pale flame flowed in and out. The lights were still bright, and the laughter was still in his ears, but the music had ended. In the pale wheat field, she twisted her waist, causing her clothes to flutter in the wind. Her footsteps were light, and her hand gestures changed. She controlled the prairie fire, as if she was dancing to her heart's content. Only the stars were facing each other. Men and women, wise and foolish, kind and evil, rich and poor, hopeless and hopeful, painful and joyous. All of these things had once been like the difference between clouds and mud, but now they were all equal in this dance. However, all living beings were not equal. Even in the face of death, there would always be cultivators who were unwilling to accept their fate. They wanted to surpass all living beings, occupying famed mountains and blessed lands, laying down great formations to stabilize the mountain gates. Not even the pale white flames could invade. Standing under the silver moonlight, she turned around and raised her arms. The bell trembled, her black hair fluttered, and her prayer beads scattered. She disappeared into the mountains. With a thought, the sword light soared, twisting and turning before disappearing into the void. Thus, the mountain gate was broken, the great battle formation was destroyed, and all living beings were wiped out. When the sun rose from the east, there were no longer any living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles, whether it was the tiniest insect or the strongest cultivator. In the faraway village, there was no smoke rising from the chimneys, and there were no cries of chickens or barks of dogs. The cities further away became empty. Everything maintained its original appearance as if nothing had ever happened. The stars faded, the dance stopped, and the flames receded. The cracks in her white bones healed inch by inch. She raised her wrist, and a prayer bead appeared on it. The path of white bone and great beauty showed faint signs of breaking through again. This was the first time she had put the path of white bone and great beauty's purpose into practice, as well as the first vow, the vow to kill all living beings. It was as if she had been freed from invisible shackles. The effects were unexpectedly good. The ocean did not care about the small streams, which was why it was so deep. It was just like how while the flesh, blood, and souls of mortals could not compare to those of cultivators, they were much more numerous, making it much easier to kill them. There were also soul essences in plants. Every bit was insignificant, but they could be turned into sparks that could ignite a prairie fire. Perhaps this was the true path of Whitebone. In the azure sky, a black dragon warship flew across the horizon. The governor of Yong looked down at the barren land of 500 kilometers below. He had been in disbelief when he received the news, but he had no choice but to believe it now. He gritted his teeth and said, "Foe of Buddha." The honorable guests behind him fell silent. They could not believe that a cultivator could do something like this. This was no longer a massacre, but a complete annihilation. In the past, the soaring locust king had also turned the green province upside down, devouring countless living beings. However, that was after a very long time of preparation, and the swarm had snowballed. Even after the swarm had grown to a certain size, it was impossible for it to turn 500 kilometers into barren land in a single night. The soaring locust king did not dare to show himself easily. Great cultivators could kill millions of locusts with a raise of their hands. No matter how severe the disaster was, it was very difficult for it to threaten them. Regular cultivators could protect themselves. However, at this moment, even they felt deeply threatened. An honorable great cultivator said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I heard that the left imperial advisor and 20 monk kings failed to kill the foe of Buddha even after ambushing her. As the governor of Yong, how can I ignore this? Look, she's right there. Fellow Taoists, prepare to attack. I heard that she seems to be injured. This might be a chance, the only chance." She gazed at the black ship in the distance. Just when she was about to move, a tender, green sprout grew, turning into a banyan tree. The branches swayed, and the leaves rustled. The great banyan tree king's sorrowful face appeared on the tree trunk. "Stop, little and I beg of you, you're making an enemy of the world." Even with his unprecedented extrapolation, he had still underestimated her terror. This flame was practically born for annihilation, destroying all living and dead alike. The threat she posed to this world was no less than that of the hungry ghost realm or the demonic domain. In fact, she was even more direct and fatal. This was the path of white bone and great beauty. The Samadhi flames of white bone burned through the 3,000 worlds. In the past, it was only because of Li Qingshan's existence that the white bone bodhisattva's influence was greatly offset, so she had never used its power like this. Making an enemy? She narrowed her eyes slightly and swung, Buddha slaying. The great tree toppled, burning and withering. The world shook gently, as if a soundless restraint had been ripped apart. As a result, she no longer had any qualms. In towering city of the Mist province, a gash over 300 meters long suddenly appeared on the great banyan tree. Tree sap flowed out like blood. Even though he was half a god of the world, possessing the power of the world, he was unable to heal this wound. This was a sword that even demon god Xiangqi had to be wary of. By the time the Black Dragon King, the lord of the Yang province, arrived, she had already vanished. The honorable great cultivators all let out sighs of relief. The lord of Yang province said sternly, "Let's ask for reinforcements from the Dragon province." You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.